We good, Braylee? Okay. Today is Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. I am Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative and Chair of the Board. I now call the June meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to everyone in attendance and those watching on the live stream. We have 8 board members at the table and 2 are attending virtually today, which would be Board Member Potter and Board Member Dombrowski. I want to recognize Commissioner Steele. This is his first official board meeting as our new commissioner, so welcome and thank you for
Thank you.
all of it.
I'm excited to be here.
I know, it's exciting. To his left is Vice Chair Danny Zek, and next to my right and on my other side, I am fumbling everywhere, Board Attorney Mark Ferguson, and our board secretary is actually out today, so Miss Michaela is going to help us, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. She's at my far right. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. At this time, if you would please rise with me to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. If anybody is so inclined, we take a motion to approve the minutes from the May meeting. I am having fun today. Betty, and second. Dennis, all in favor? Okay, that'd be 9 opposed. Present not voting. 901. And approval of the agenda. Betty? Melanie? All in favor? Consent's next. Is that what you're asking me? Okay. Betty, are you voting? Just want to make sure. Okay. I was a little confused. I took too long. Maybe that's what the problem was. Okay. On the consent agenda, I am going to say, I'm sorry it's such a heavy consent this month. It was a lot of things converging at the same time, so it looks pretty heavy. But do I have any pollings, votings, motions? What do we got?
Yes, Madam Chair. I want to pull H and I for discussion. Have a discussion on that separately and then vote separately.
Okay, so we will move that for discussion to right before, okay, we will make it number 16. So before the Professional Practice Commission cases, I guess. Yeah. I'm thinking that's, unless we move it all the way to Wednesday. I'm trying not to mess that up because we have people coming in for that. Actually, I think we'll move it to the end of Wednesday. I think that's going to be a better choice on those. Okay, and you said H and I. Debbie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull K and L for discussion and separate vote. I also wanted to divide out K and I can't find my notes right off, but I'm sorry, L. It'd be L. There was one vendor I wanted to separate off. Can I tell that to you later when I find my notes?
Yes, because we'll move this to the end of tomorrow, so we'll deal with it then.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So the consent agenda minus H, I, K, and L. Jim, second? Melanie? All in favor? Okay, that would be 10-0. Okay, so. You didn't vote? I'm sorry. I didn't vote for it. Okay, all opposed? Thank you. So we have a 9-1. Apologize, sir. All right. I would say next up would be our commissioner's first report. Welcome to the podium, Commissioner Jake Steele.
Sorry if I'm making your job harder. Okay. Oh, all right, I stopped touching it. You can say that. What have I learned about coming commissioner is how many people said, stop touching this. So, it's great. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, it is my honor to be here before you as Commissioner of Education for the state of Kansas. This is my first commissioner's report. And so what I would like to do today is talk a lot about how we will move forward with the commissioner's report and see if I can display what I think we need in talking with all of you. I believe in the principle of returning and reporting, and you all hired me to do a job. And so my job is every month to come before you and to return and report and to let you know, where are we going, why are we here, when are we going to get there, all of those things. So my first commissioner report, as a return and report, I will talk a lot today about yourselves and the way we discussed of, in hiring me, this is my understanding of what we hired me to do. And so this is me holding all of us accountable, is I believe this is where we're headed. And then by the end, I will tell you what I will be doing next month in the commissioner report, so you can be prepared and ready for that. So just want to take a moment for anyone who had a rough night last night. There's still many in Topeka without power. I do apologize. In all of the whatever you'd call it, the turmoil, this was leaving my neighborhood. And I feel like this just shows to me there's a place for you wherever you are. If you looked to your left, it was gloom and doom. And if you looked to your right, there was sun coming up. And it was just this beautiful image of, how are you going to start your day, Jake? Are you going to go left or right? I went right to work. I can go both directions. But I decided to look towards the sun. And even in the darkness, I know it's a little sappy and poetic, but there is a rainbow. Close to be a double rainbow. So I thought that was a fun picture. The trucker that I stopped, he didn't enjoy it as much as I did. This is the State Board of Education. If you are randomly on YouTube and found us, welcome. What I mean by this is you are all given special permission and authority by the voters to be here and to have a representative democracy. It's a beautiful thing. I'm grateful that I live in a country that has this. So thank you for giving your time and your talent. As we all know, nobody knows the weight of a position until they are in it, and the cost is great. So I want to thank all of you for being here, for showing up, and for representing those that you've been asked to represent. And since you've hired me, I will continue to say every month you look better and better. All right, a couple thank yous before we really get started. I want to name two stalwarts in the field. Former Commissioner Randy Watson. This will be my last farewell to that man, but grateful for what he gave us. He will continue to work in education. Something is in our water that does not let people quit. And so grateful for his leadership and all he did for us, and excited for his future and to hear about it. And Mr. Dale Dennis. Dale worked at the department longer than I've been alive. And if you think that makes me young, I will tell you he worked at the department longer than some of you have been alive. The man was here forever. He literally created the department, And he knew a lot and great things. I'll tell you 4 things about him. 2 I loved, and I will do my best to keep. When we would leave a meeting to the very day that I worked with him last, he would say, "How much did that meeting cost the taxpayers?" Loved it. And then he would say, "Are students better off because of what we just talked about?" And he just constantly had that in his mind. Now, I would like to offer a little bit of grace. I don't know if every meeting is so perfect that a student's experience is better for it. But man, that focus on making sure we are not wasting taxpayer dollars and that students are impacted positively will remain with us. The other thing, if you worked with him at all, he has a bunch of idioms. I'll give you 2. One, well, that's going to go over like a pregnant pole vaulter. That was a good one. Sorry if that offended anyone, but that's Del Denny. I'm just quoting. Can I just say that? That was just a quote. The other one is, and maybe I'm feeling today, nervous as a frog on a freeway. So we'd just be in these meetings and he just throws, you could talk for days. He just never ended in all of these random statements he would make. But grateful for both of them and what they've done in education. All right, here we go. I'm a teacher at heart, so pull out your paper and pencil. I am giving you an assignment. All right, I will give you 1 minute to answer. What is the greatest whole number value of n that makes the inequality true? You may begin. Eye contact means you've solved it or given up. And that's, I will be looking for either, you can do whatever, I won't know which one, but if you look me in the eyes, I'll know where you are. Okay, so the answer is 35. All right? All right, I wasn't going to shame my bosses and say, what's the answer, and make you look bad. The answer was 35. Can I ask Dr. New how you got it?
Okay, so I don't know really whole numbers, but I knew 2 times 35 is 70. 70 is less than 71, so I just went with
Great. I won't ask others to explain, but anyone else do it differently? Okay.
I didn't see the problem on the board.
Oh, that's going to be really hard to do your work.
And a whole number. 1?
All right, we'll work on that. Now my real question, and there is a purpose to this. What grade level is this question? The equation is 2 times n is less than 71. And the question was, what is the greatest whole number value that of n that makes the inequality true? So let me be very clear. The research shows that even master teachers have a hard time identifying where grade level is when doing this to them. So this is not a shame game, but I thought it might be a little bit of fun as we look at a few things. What do you think? What grade level are we? We got a 6th, we got an 8th, we got a 6. 5? Okay, so master teachers can probably, I hope I get an email from a few that says, well, you know, Mr. Steele. So NAEP would say that you are, if you can do this, you are advanced in the 4th grade. Does that surprise anyone? That's like, if we are teaching what we say we are teaching, our students can do exceptional things. Now, do I have a 4th grader? Yes. Did I interrupt his bedtime routine last night to see if he could do this? I did. Did he get it right? Ask him next time you see him. But to make a point, and I want to talk about this, our vision in Kansas right now at this board is that Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. And the board, through their mission statement, decided what success means. We've said to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Regardless if you are career or academics or whatever those pieces are, quality instruction is quality instruction. And if we can get quality instruction in front of our students every day, they will be better prepared for lifelong success. So I want to talk today about quality instruction. What do I think that everyone needs? Every Kansas student deserves standards-aligned, grade-level core instruction every day. I'll give you some data in the future, but one of the things we often see, and I am to blame more than anyone else, that as teachers, we are not putting that grade level instruction in front of our students every day. That because of whatever reason, we are dumbing down that curriculum, and it turns out when I saw that problem, I was like, oh, I think I was teaching that in high school, but I could be teaching it in 4th grade, right? When the system supported. Number 2, every Kansas teacher deserves the support and resources needed to deliver on that. This is not a teacher problem. This is a systems problem. How does the system support our teachers and students to have rigorous quality instruction? And number 3, every Kansas student deserves interventions that build on and are aligned with that core academic experience. Ultimately, this is the Dell Dennis piece, is the student's experience coherent? And I believe the high marks for the Kansas State Board of Education and any person in Kansas who cares deeply about our students is if we can get core high quality instruction in our classroom and the teachers and the students' experience makes sense and we can support those teachers, I will say we will start to see even greater things than we see now. And a lot of the issues that we have will continue to be non-issues because we are focused. And so I think we can really relieve ourselves of that. So that's what we'll do to work together. What is the challenge before us? I don't care if you're someone we've brought in that is the highest of all highs in this state, or if you're struggling just to fill roles. Every parent wants to know that their school is improving. We want better literacy and better numeracy no matter where you are. And we want to make sure that the hard thing is every student gets one shot. And so we want to make sure that that student gets the best shot. And then what is my job as the commissioner? I would say that the board has hired me to make sure that I am leading the Kansas State Department of Education and the community to make sure we have in place what we need to make sure that every student has what they need to be the best version of themselves. And so this is the paradigm that we are setting up to be successful. So what I'm talking about here is I came to the board and I asked for 4 things. I said, hey, if we're going to make this relationship work, these are the 4 things that I think we need to do. First, if you want to be successful in the way your mission statement says, where we start is we commit ourselves to a unified vision around high quality instruction. Now, I'm not asking everyone to agree with me or to trust me. We need to work through that and get very clear on what we mean by this and whose authority that is and all of those pieces. But that is the way that we will move outcomes in Kansas and to ensure every student has what they need. The second thing is we need to stay focused on a few important priorities. Maybe I've heard Danny say this as well, but there's just a lot of things going on, maybe too many things. And I think we need to give ourselves permission to cut back. We cannot do I think Ben Proctor would say you can't be the best at everything. What are the few things we'll be really good at? Third is we need to make sure our policies and resources and accountability are aligned with those priorities. And then lastly, I asked the board to support me in organizational change that would bring coherence to our work. And I will stand accountable today and tell you what I have done with the agency to move this forward. So KSDE's focus will continue to be these 3 things. First, we will continue to do school improvement. Every district in the state has a plan. What we will do with this second part is we will hold both the Kansas State Department of Education and schools committed to that plan. And we need to ask, what are we working on? Why are we working on it? How do we know it's working? And by what evidence? And that will help us to be in the learning cycle and start to iterate what we are doing. But as you know, number 2, accountability is not always our favorite thing. I am not talking about shaming and blaming, but as you know, with taxpayer dollars, we have very limited resources. So we have to ensure that our resources are going to the best efforts. And it doesn't mean what we do is the best. We need evidence to know, is what we're doing working? And if not, we need to stop what we're doing and we need to adjust. And so we will continue school improvement and we will have stronger accountability so that we can identify, monitor, and evaluate our efforts at the agency to know if they are working and how to do them better. We will also, to be clear, ask our friends in districts, is what you're doing working? How do we know? And do we need to adjust? And then the third thing, our main man, Frank Harwood, will help us. We need to make sure that the school finance formula is where it needs to be to support all students, and we need to be engaged in that process. We are, and he is, and we will continue to lead in that effort and all those who assist there. Okay, so to account for some of the things that I have done and you have allowed me to do, I have taken the state agency and I have made it into 4 major buckets. Riley, I'm going to adjust this and you're going to hate me for it, but I'm just going to move this up. So what you will see, it's a little bureaucratic, but I hope you can see the vision in this. In the past, we have divided everything up into fiscal and everything else. And our theory of action is if we are going to move the work forward, we want to position everyone to be the best version of themselves. And to do that, we will have in this state both people to help us stay accountable and people who help support us. And I believe at my core, those cannot be the same person. That is too much weight for one group to bear. So consider it a checks and balances with government. One side, in the division we created, Dr. Zach Conrad, will lead accountability and technology. He will be telling us, kind of objectively, standing a little far away, is it working? And then Dr. Nugent will build a support system and run the coherence of that support system, and she will work with the identification and that support. And those feedback loops will just fire at each other all the time. I meant fire like neurons, right? Giving information back of, is it working? How do we know? Adjust. Is it working? How do we know? Adjust. And what we will be able to do is identify where to put our resources, and then we will know what we're working on, why we're working on it, and start collecting evidence of how do we know it is there. And this will create a support system for districts to not just shame and blame them. The history has been accountability means I tell you to jump higher, and when Dennis doesn't jump higher, I blame him for it. This is a system that I believe at its core is helping us understand how do we put ourselves in a position to jump the highest we can. And let me be very clear with anyone and everyone. Every move we have made and will continue to make at the agency have been cost neutral or cost cutting. We have taken a cut this year as our own agency, and we will continue to make sure that what we are doing is fiscally responsible. There may be a day that I need to come and talk differently, but for now, every move I make is cost cutting or cost neutral. So, I believe this is what needs to be in place to start the future, to look forward and say, what's next? And how do I continue to come before you every month to return and report and to tell you this is where we have been, this is where we are, this is where we're going, so that you all feel you are in a position to work with your constituents to represent them well. I believe the next step in our journey, next month, I'm the worst, I'll get better, guys. Next month, I want to come before you and use the commissioner's report to look back at student performance over time. I would like to use this not as a shame or blame, but as a diagnostic tool. Let me look at that longitudinal look on many quantitative elements of where is performance in Kansas today, and then let's put a pin in that and use this as a baseline that as we continue our efforts, we need to be able to evaluate our work, and one of the ways is to take a holistic look. Now, I'll be clear, I will do this in July. There will be some parts of this data that will be fresh and ready to go, and there will be other parts that will be older. And there's never a perfect time to give the state of the state report, but next month I would love to stand before you and share with you where I believe public education is in Kansas according to those outcomes. I appreciate the time. I look forward to stepping forward with you. Thank you, and I am happy to stand for questions.
Jake's usually ready for it, whatever it is. He's got it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Dr. Jake, I just want to give you my encouragement that I like the vision, and I will only be here for 6 months, and I hope we do great things. And I'm ready to maybe take some risks with you.
Great.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, no?
Is that recognizing me?
Yes,
Okay.
it is. I'm just trying to decide if you were going for it.
I actually was sitting here just kind of mulling and digesting. and I've never, and I appreciate hearing from the administrative side of it, although that was never really my focus. I certainly advocate for education, our mission, our vision, and that's always in my mind just been something that the commissioner handles. So I appreciate your bringing that forward. The thing that I will ask you, and you probably have given it some thought, but given that the board will be changing, and I've always felt like in order to move the needle, your entire board has to be on board. And so I don't know, even from the vision, even from the mission, even from the strategic plan, are you then saying just what has been developed is what you will follow through to the end of the year, and then we're going to review and look at that, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Board member. Grateful. And I've talked to some of you, and maybe not everyone shared. My belief and understanding is that the Kansas Can Vision will finish with this group. And then when the new board comes on, we will talk about, we will look at the vision and the mission and our goals and all of those things, and we will set as a board united what is the next step for us.
Okay. And I could make some assumptions, but I would rather just ask and have,
I love it.
see if that's where you are. So, so we'll finish the year under this umbrella.
Right.
And what you'll be bringing is up to date on where we are with that, where you see us going to finish this out and then moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Steele. I appreciate what I'm just kind of categorizing in my brain as a very clean, forward plan. It looks like something that anyone, a layperson even, could look at and say, this makes sense for every single Kansas student. And so thank you for that. And I was looking at it from the perspective of teachers who we often have said, they're piling more stuff on us. We don't know what we're supposed to do. You know, if you're providing the support and the instruction, I think that could have an impact on teacher retention. From HR, my experience there, we found out people don't show up for work because of the money. They show up because they built relationships, and they show up because they feel like they know what they are doing. So it will be very interesting to see how this all plays out. But this is definitely something I could support, and also, if asked about it, be able to share in a simple way. This is our focus.
That's great. And let's just say that I would be interested to reach out to our research and evaluation team and say, is that something we could monitor and see if that focus could allow us to have any insights, correlation, or causation on we are seeing some change with teacher retention. So I like that. Thank you. Madam Chair, I see Debbie as well, if you didn't see
okay.
that. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for helping me watch. Yes, go ahead, Debbie, and then I'll get to you, Connie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much. I am very, very excited about you setting a baseline. I like the comments you made are very action oriented, and I love that. And accountability, the cost cutting, cost neutral. You're just saying all the things I love hearing. But I wanted to share with you the words that were kind of drilled into me during my military experience. And it's a quote from General George Patton. It says, "Never tell people how to do things. Tell them what to do, and they will surprise you with their ingenuity." I actually had that memorized, but I had to find it just to make sure I said it right. And that's what I want to do with you. I am seeing you as a person of a lot of ingenuity. And you're saying all the right directions that I would want you to go in. And I'm just excited to see how you figure it out.
Thank you, board member. If I can say, I shared some version of this at the USA Kansas conference, and the greatest marks I received, forgive me if I told you this, is one of the, I would say, stalwarts in education, if I said the name you'd all know, walked up to me and said, "You said all the right things, now do it." That was it. Like totally bland, like didn't, and I loved this old wisdom of like, great, you can say it, now put your money where your mouth is. So let's do both of those things. That'd be wonderful.
Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find this very encouraging, and I think parents, teachers are going to be looking at it and supporting what we're trying to do here at the department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
See you next month.
Okay, next is our Citizens Open Forum. We do have 2 people, so I will get us going here. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the State Board of Education meeting open at 10:31 a.m. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. Speakers will identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. Per policy, speakers are required to focus their remarks on issues or topics, and personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification only, not to engage in discussion. Our first speaker is Steve Roberts, and he will be followed by Lisa Husers. And the timer is on the screen, so.
I'll try to be brief. Thank you,
Okay,
Madam
thank you.
Chair. Steve Roberts, former board member, candidate to return to this hallowed place. And I filed back in November. And then on the date of the filing deadline, I learned I have a primary. For those of you who have campaigned for office, you know that that's a pain. My father was a sailor in World War II. He cursed like a sailor from World War II. And I was raised with a lot of cursing. I heard the name Jesus Christ almost every day, but never with love and reverence. It was always an invective. That's how I was raised. It's a character flaw for me now. So when I learned I had a primary, I caught up on about a month's worth of swearing in about 60 seconds. But I'm here to talk about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So Article 26, if you're not familiar with it, you can call that up, search for it on your phone or your tablet, because I'm going to read it. It's got 3 little codicils here. I think I can do it in the time allowed. So we're talking about the late 1940s when the United Nations was formed, and my father was now an adult, having grown up very quickly in World War II. He turned 17 in 1942 and enlisted in the Navy at age 17. He grew up pretty quickly. So anyway, these liberals and progressives, you might remember from your history books, FDR's widow, Eleanor, was very instrumental in making the Universal Declaration of Human Rights concomitant with the establishment of the United Nations. So this is Article 26 of that document, and I'll read it to you. Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, from the liberals and progressives of the time. Number 1, everyone has the right to education. Education shall be free, at least in the elementary and fundamental stages. Technical and professional education shall be made generally available, and higher education shall be equally accessible to all on the basis of merit. Number 2, education shall be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. It shall promote understanding, tolerance, and friendship among all nations, racial or religious groups, and shall further the activities of the United Nations for the maintenance of peace. Lastly, number 3, parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Husers. Welcome.
Good morning, my name's Lisa Hesers. I live in Leawood, Kansas. So I offer the following for your consideration as you discuss potential actions in regard to technology and one-to-one devices. Why is technology in the classrooms being forced on kids and data on children being harvested and used by untold numbers of corporations and government agencies? Does the government of a free people collect data on its children? Before one-to-one technology was rolled out, was it ever piloted and proven to provide a better or even commensurate education of a child? Were pilots ever conducted to determine the potential personal effects of technology on kids? Was there any deliberation as to how much technology was going to be amassed on children? Was there any deliberation as to the types of data, thoughts, feelings, and beliefs? Was there any deliberation as to how data on children was going to be used? Who should have access to it? And was there any deliberation as to whether government should be creating large-scale data systems that allow for continuous accumulation of data from birth through life? Was there any deliberation as to whether the government of a free people should even collect data and amass psychological dossiers on children? Was any consideration ever given to ensuring that none of this should be forced on kids? What about parents being fully informed and determining any consent? Was any consideration ever given to creating a system that actually protects the right to privacy and the unalienable right to personal property? Is the education system monetizing children? A fully informed opt-in, not opt-out, is parent involvement given much lip service. What say you? As per the Declaration of Independence, the purpose of government is to secure the unalienable rights of its citizens, of which privacy is one of the most important, and protecting private property rights, which includes one's intellectual property. Parents already hold the unalienable right to direct their child's education. Parents may already refuse the collection of data on their child. Parents may already decline the use of one-to-one devices by their child. Parents may already decline any and all assessments on their child. Parents hold the unalienable right to protect their child. I encourage each of you to not infringe, but secure the unalienable rights of parents regarding their children. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. The State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:38 a.m. We would like to thank our speakers for sharing their views with the board. The State Board will determine if any of the issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting. Okay, we are now up against a break, but we're kind of ahead of schedule, surprisingly for us. Are we okay to move into the next? Yes, that would be Mrs. Melanie Haas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I am item number 6, recap of the special meeting on devices in schools. Do you all mind if I just stay right here?
I don't mind.
Okay. So yesterday, the State Board met in this room, and we had a conversation about devices. I'm going to give you the prelude first, though, is a long while back, many months ago, there was a Blue Ribbon Task Force on screen time, which met to discuss what ultimately became a conversation about personal devices. And that task force was comprised of, it was a large group. We had legislators, state board members, parents, students on that task force. That task force wrote a report. You can download it. It's available on our website. And then on the end of that, when the board accepted the report, what happened earlier this year was the governor signed a bill banning cell phones in schools, which then gives way to the conversation that we had yesterday, which was to take up, we're going to continue this technology conversation. What about one-to-one devices? What about laptops and tablets in schools? And so I won't trouble our audience online with everything we did yesterday. You can find the agenda as well as yesterday's meeting on the KSDE live media page. So just hop over there on YouTube and you can roll through that. It's just a couple of hours on Tuesday afternoon. And then I think that I would just add that, you know, this is an effort to get more of our, yesterday was an effort to get more of our concerns kind of on the record. And so the conversation that we had here in the boardroom is now going to be compiled, and we'll have a list of everything that was said or questions, wonderings, thinking about these things so that this board can then make a more informed plan for how we're going to move forward and continue the conversation, with the goal being that we will get something done here in the end of summer and into early fall. We'll be doing this work and then be able to wrap it up. And knowing that the next thing that's probably on the horizon on this continuum is AI. So that's my update, if that works for you. And if anyone needs to wave me down and say, be sure to add this, feel free.
Okay. And I will just say it was yesterday, Monday afternoon.
Did I say Tuesday?
You did.
Monday afternoon.
June 8th.
It's really hard to be here on a Monday.
I know it was. It messes with our heads, doesn't
Yes,
it?
thank you.
Anything? Okay. So we just really pointing to, please go watch that so you know that, kind of what's going on. But that is the ongoing conversation.
Can I add one thing? Oh,
Yes.
or if Danny wants to. I was going to say, one of the things that we did get to at the end of the meeting is there will be an effort to receive more feedback from the public.
Yes.
And so that will be forthcoming.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will call out the public again. We have 10 board members in 10 different districts. And please reach out to the board member and give your opinion, good or bad, to each board member so that they can know what the teachers want, what administrators want, especially what parents want. So please reach out, and shame on you if you don't reach out to the board members.
Use your voice.
Thank you.
And one of the things we also talked about as far as getting information was finding a space at the KSDE conference at the end of July for the educators that are there to be able to approach us. So hopefully we can make something happen there. Okay, I think now we will go ahead and just take our break. Yeah. Let's take our break, then we'll get on board for the item number 7. So 10 minutes, we'll be back at 10:52. So up next on our agenda, which is a presentation from Dr. Harwood, and I'll let him just tell us everything he's got going on there. Welcome, sir.
So actually, I will be in front of you a lot over the next day and a half. So this is the first one, and this is actually came up about a lot around conversations around House Bill 2299, which is actually the cell phone bill. But there was this line that we'll talk about later in that had to do with accreditation. So in talking to a couple of board members and answering some questions, the chair decided that maybe we just have a conversation now about just what is the authority for accreditation of public and non-public schools. So I'm going to start at the beginning. And so it starts with constitutional authority. So this comes up a lot. So the Article 6 of the Constitution establishes the requirement for the State Board of Education. And so it talks about those things that will happen. So this has come up again. So one of the things that happened is that then the legislature provides for the State Board of Education, and those kinds of things get tangled up in different things. But one of them specifically is about statutory authority for accreditation. And specifically, it is the State Board's responsibility and authority to accredit schools, including elementary and secondary, public and non-public schools. So I'll get to this several times, but as far as state law is concerned, accreditation only matters in Kansas if it comes from the state board. Now we're going to talk about third-party accreditation and things, and so that's a problem you get into is that a lot of people offer accreditation, but from a statutory position, only the State Board of Education accredits schools in Kansas. All right, and we'll do that several times. So then we get to House Bill 2299, and this is where it gets, they actually start off in Section 1 and reiterate, because this is actually in statute several places, that anytime statute refers to accredited schools, it means accredited by the State Board of Education. All the time. And they put that back in 2299, so they said it again. So anytime in statute it says accredited school, no matter how they say it, because sometimes it says accredited non-public school, sometimes it says accredited private school. Anytime they say that, it means accredited by the state board. Then they also define non-accredited elementary and secondary schools as anybody who's not accredited by the State Board of Education. So it's pretty clear statutorily that anytime you mention the word accreditation in statute, it means state board. And if you say non-accredited, you mean you can be accredited by somebody else, but it doesn't count statutorily. And there are a lot of reasons why a private school would want accreditation, because it goes along with a lot of things that they're doing. And it doesn't mean that accreditation doesn't mean something in that context. Statutorily, the word accreditation means by the State Board of Education. So what that happens is that we have different types of schools in Kansas, and we're trying to clean up the way we talk about things, because I think it makes a difference for consistency. So the first one are public schools, and public schools are required to be accredited by the State Board of Education. All right, so that's KISA, and so there is a requirement that happens. So next are accredited non-public school systems, and so we call public schools school districts, and private school systems. Some systems are one building. Some systems are multiple buildings. The diocese can do it different ways. Some of them are tighter systems. Some of them are looser systems. And Jay and his team work with them the best they can to work through that from an accreditation standpoint. But they voluntarily choose to be accredited by the State Board of Education, and there are reasons that they want to do that. One is I think you see that is now there's that, quality education, those kinds of things. That's what accreditation is for. By also being accredited by the state board, I think that can be seen as a higher level of accreditation. So not everybody thinks that, but that certainly could be that. They may also be accredited by another third-party agency. Nothing has changed about that. They've always been able to do that. Some of them have dual accreditation, just for different reasons of their own. Yes.
And we can, because then we have public schools who do the same thing.
So yes, so Cognia is one, and there actually was a time in the past where the state board accepted accreditation through some third parties to meet the requirements of accreditation through the state board. That has changed over time. When QPA went in, that really changed, because there were the parts, that's when state assessment started, and so that was 1993. And so since that time, that has changed because accreditation used to be, I mean, literally at that point, it was called North Central was the accrediting agency. And they did things like actually counting books in the library. It was much more formulaic. And now it has actually become much more, there are things you have to be doing, and school improvement is part of that and those kinds of things. So there are changes there. Different accrediting agencies look at different things. So then the next part is a non-accredited private school. And this is the definition that's in statute. And they are not accredited by the state board, but they may be accredited by a third party. That is not required. Non-accredited private schools also include homeschools, just because of the way the statute was written. There was actually a bill introduced last year that was going to change the definition some, that separated homeschools out. It didn't go anywhere. But there are actually homeschool accrediting agencies. But again, it's not the state board, so in Kansas that would still be considered a non-accredited private school. Then the next one are special purpose schools. So the two easily ones for you guys to recognize are the state school for the deaf and the state school for the blind. They are not school districts, they are actually state agencies, but they still get accredited. There are some other ones, Heart Springs, Lake Mary are a couple of the other ones that are out there. They may be private, they may be public. There are different ways that they work together, but that's another one. But they are accredited by the state board. If they're not accredited by the state board, then they would be a non-accredited private school. All right? So that brings us up to House Bill 2299 and the other thing it said, and this is in Section 5. And so it says that each non-public school accredited by a regional or national accrediting agency recognized by the State Board of Education shall be entitled to the same rights as non-public schools accredited by the State Board of Education. So it's this rights thing gets in there. We're going to talk about that one. And then the next one is that the accrediting agencies recognized by the state board. So we're going to talk about what that actually means and what you've recognized accrediting agencies for, because that's really important. So those are the two things we're going to talk about next. Actually, I think it says in there recognizes, because those are kind of the two things that are in that have brought up questions. The first part says you can voluntarily seek accreditation by the state board. That's always been true. You can also choose to be accredited by another one also, or not, or only. So nothing changed with that. So third-party accrediting agencies. So what I'm going to just talk about is that a third-party accrediting agency for the purposes of accreditation in Kansas is an agency, not the State Board of Education, that offers accreditation to schools in Kansas. So that's third party. The state board has recognized some third party, and this is also called national or regional things that we're just calling them third party because it's easier, only for the purpose of allowing mentoring experience outside of Kansas to be used for individual upgrade of an initial license. So this is the situation. If you have a teacher that started teaching in another state, not all states do accreditation. And so in some cases, they are using these accrediting agencies. These third-party agencies are what's accrediting these schools. And so teacher licensure has said, well, so our regulations is that to go from an initial license to a professional license, you have to have an approved mentoring from an accredited school. So what the state board has done is recognize these agencies to say, if you are working in another state and you want to go from an initial license to a professional license, if you had mentoring in a school district or in a school and they were accredited by one of these agencies, we'll accept that so you can get a professional license in the state. That's what you've recognized them for. Okay? The state board has not recognized any third-party accrediting agencies to provide accreditation of schools in Kansas. That's important. You have not given away your authority and responsibility to accredit schools from a statutory perspective. So again, accreditation is important for a lot of different reasons. You're meeting some threshold to get accredited, but statutorily, only the State Board of Education matters for a statutory definition of accredited. All right, so then the state statute does do something else, and it looks at private schools accredited, so private schools in Kansas that are accredited by one of these third-party accrediting agencies that you have recognized. What they've said is they are qualified, and that's the name, that's the title in statute, qualified schools, and they are qualified to participate in the tax credit scholarship for low-income student program, or mental health intervention teams. So if you are a private school and you are accredited by one of these agencies that the state board has recognized for mentorship, then you can participate in one of these programs. Not that you are considered accredited under statute, you are considered qualified, and that is actually the word that is in statute. So a non-accredited private school could be a qualified school if they are accredited by one of these third-party groups that you have. All right, so then we talked about the rights. So that's about third-party accreditation and how that works. So we're going to talk about the rights of accredited schools. We've looked. Statute does not give any rights to schools that you accredit. As a matter of fact, it gives them a whole bunch of requirements and responsibilities. And so some private schools that become accredited by the state board have taken on additional responsibilities, some of those around immunizations and dental screenings and some other things that are required of public schools. They have now taken on that responsibility. Now, there are some things there are some benefits, I guess, as well, which are we pay for the ACT at accredited non-public schools under the contract so the state pays for that. A couple other things that are there. We pay for state assessments and those kinds of things that they have to do for their accreditation. So what's changed with House Bill 2299? So the legislature, so you got a letter from the governor, and then from things that were actually said during the legislature, the only purpose of Section 5 was to make it very clear that a private school, if they didn't want to implement the cell phone bill, they just should not be accredited by the state board. So if you're not accredited by the state board, the cell phone bill doesn't apply to you. And they went on to say that if you don't want to do it, just give up your state board accreditation. I asked about what the process for that is. I think they just have to say that, and then we'll stop doing things. But yeah, it's an interesting process. But that's what that's for. So that means that it also reads that the state board is it's voluntary that they do that. So based on what's there, nothing has changed about accreditation of schools in Kansas from a statutory perspective. All this was about, and if you remember back to the debate on the cell phone bill, it was were private schools in or were they out, and it went back and forth. And so it's my understanding that this language went in to make sure that they understood that it only applies to private schools that are accredited by the state board. And private schools that get accredited by the state board also take on other state laws and regulations similar to that. So it is voluntary, they choose to do it, but you do choose to take on some requirements and responsibilities. And that's what I have. Questions on that?
It was an interesting bill.
Yeah. Yes. It's still an interesting bill.
It is very, yes.
Actually,
because now it's an interesting law. Right.
Gabby's going to talk about another interesting aspect of it in just a minute.
Right.
All right.
Right. Okay, so I know that might be clear as mud because it really does kind of mess with your head because it's interesting, for me, let me speak for me, interesting language, interesting, the whole thing. Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Dr. Frank, what kind of feedback are you getting from the schools that this bill may have affected?
So are you talking about private schools or public schools?
Both.
So I will say, and you guys know this, there is some confusion over some of the language that's been used by different elected officials about what inaccessible and not on the student's person means. And so, I mean, I think districts are concerned about the cost of doing some things. And so I think districts are trying to come up with ways, how can we comply with the law without spending a lot of money and how that is. So that's a lot of what that is. We're going to talk a little bit about the state board and KSDE's role in that. I think that I've talked to a couple of accredited non-public schools about this, and they actually have the same concerns about, how do we make this work. I think the other part is that we have some school districts and some accredited, school systems that already had policy restricting the use. And so they're trying to figure out, okay, is ours enough? Do we need to go farther? How do we make that work? So all those things are going on right now.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
I'm sure there will be more about this in the future, and I'll be happy to come back and see if I know anything different.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Oh, and I'll introduce Gabby because my name's on the.
I know. Thank you, Gabby. So you're going to talk about more parts of the same.
I am. We're going to start with House Bill 2299 that Frank just started with. We're going to talk a little bit more about the school district responsibility and then the role that the state board has in that bill. And then we're also going to touch on 2513. That's our budget bill that included the language on student walkouts.
Okay.
So starting with the cell phone bill, that one does include some pretty clear requirements for school districts, and we'll start there. So each Board of Education of a school district and then the governing authority of an accredited non-public school have to adopt a policy related to personal electronic devices and social media use. For personal electronic devices, there are some pretty clear requirements. It has to prohibit the use of those devices during the school day. It requires those devices to be powered off, securely stored away, and not on the student's person in an inaccessible location. And the policy has to allow students to not bring their personal electronics devices to school, so they can leave them at home or in their vehicle. And then it also has to outline the school district's enforcement policies. On social media, the policy has to prohibit employees of the school district from privately or directly communicating with students through social media, unless it's for official school purposes, which is also defined in the bill. And then it cannot require students to use social media for an assignment or extracurricular activity. The state board's role in 2299 is actually pretty limited. So we will go over our proposed procedure for this, but really the state board's involvement is that each school district and accredited non-public school on or before September 1st of this year, 2026, has to certify to the State Board of Education that they have adopted policies and procedures on those personal electronic devices and social media use as required in the bill. They do not have to provide us with a copy of their policy, and it does not direct the State Board to review their policy to ensure it complies. So our proposed policy, I know it's probably pretty small for you all. We do have a sample survey on the screen. Our proposed policy is we will collect this information in a really short survey. We will send it to the superintendent or the administrator on record for those accredited non-public schools. They will need to certify that they have adopted a policy that
Meets the law.
Covers the law. And again, we will not be collecting their policies or reviewing them. So I can pause here on this bill before we move on to 2513.
Okay, so what you're proposing is that this is literally our avenue to know that districts are certifying to us that they've fulfilled and complied with the law.
Yes.
Okay, is that, I'm assuming, fairly normal practice for things like this?
Yeah, I think through different avenues and with KISA, we've had districts certify that they've met the requirements of different laws. But I hear you standing up, so.
I know.
So there are actually also other compliance issues that we require through regulation with KISA that actually there's some things, the SO66, which is something that the districts fill out, they actually certify in that they are complying with things like the Bullying Act and some of those kinds of things.
Gotcha.
We wanted to add it to that, but that's not due until October 10th, so we had to do one earlier because it has to be done by September 1st.
Gotcha. Would be nice if it could be compiled, wouldn't it? And is this, this isn't a yearly thing, it's a one-time thing per the law, right? It's not something we have to keep asking them.
Correct. So they need to certify that to us before September 1st of 2026.
But then we're done.
Yes, unless you want to continue to be involved.
Okay, just all of a sudden it kind of hit me, well, this is really just a one-time hit, that's not right the word I meant, but one time having to walk through the process. Loving the faces. Okay, Connie?
Was there anything in the law about teachers using cell phones during classroom time?
That is not explicitly outlined in the bill. There's certainly, the language includes that school districts can provide a policy that is more restrictive than what the law requires, but no, it does not outline requirements for staff.
Beyond the social media use, right?
Yes, beyond social media use.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I've got to ask. If you, there was a part there about not requiring the use of social media for any assignment.
Yes.
Yesterday, after our meeting, I ran into a business teacher here in Topeka. I've toured the Blue Valley CAPS program. I know that at the high school level, there are business and marketing classes where students do learn about social media and marketing. So I guess a teacher would give a social media assignment maybe with no points. How do you work out teaching about, I guess you can teach about social media? Help me understand where the line is there.
Do you want to opine as a former educator?
And how badly does this trip up teachers?
So there actually has been considerable conversation among CTE teachers specifically about how to deal with this. And so I know that they are working on it. I mean, the statute says the policy means teachers cannot give an assignment that has social media. However, there are these parts in here about of social media for official school uses. There are other things you can look at other ways to do that. A website is not social media. You could have them put together a campaign that just never goes anywhere. I mean, it's not as effective. But yes, teachers are looking at that now. I don't know if that is an unintended consequence of the bill. It was brought up during committee hearings and may have actually gotten changed on the House side, but then it went back. Yeah, so there's, I will say that several legislators involved have said they are more than willing to look at a trailer bill to clean up some of the issues, and that would be one of them is if there's a legitimate educational use for the social media, how can you not do it? I think what we're really looking at is that a lot of times students will say, I can't not use social media because I have to do it to be connected with students. So I think that's what they were trying to do, is make it so that if I'm on the track team, I don't have to have a Facebook or whatever, or to get that information. So there may be a way to get that cleaned up, but for this year, it could be challenging.
Thank you.
Can you go back to the slide where it says what they have to do with the phone, please?
Oh, I did. Thank you.
They'll have to power it off.
Okay.
And securely store away from students' personal.
Can I go to Debbie while you're contemplating? Or do you?
Okay.
Did you just
Thank you,
want to
Madam
read?
Chair. Mine was just a clarifying question. I just wondered, so we have districts making their policies. When parents are concerned because they don't think a district's following the policy that they have, and maybe they go to their board and the board says, yeah, it's fine. Where do they go? What do they do? What's the next best step for a parent that doesn't think that the board is following their policy? I'm just clarifying question.
So the law states that they have to have a policy and they have to have enforcement with the policy. The school board is responsible for the implementation of the policy. So there really isn't a step beyond the school board for the implementation of a school board policy.
Yeah, I mean, the local people just have to deal with their local boards in the mix of that. Yeah.
I mean, so the state board or KSDE don't have the authority to enforce a school board policy. It's not your policy.
Right. Okay.
Can I follow up with that?
Sure.
So it's not part of the accreditation that they're following their policies. That's not related at all. That they're complying with their own policies.
So the accreditation is that you are following the regulations and the statutes. If they have the policy, they are following the statute. How they implement that, if the question is about whether or not the policy meets the letter of the law, that would need to have a legal opinion. This particular bill doesn't have the state board involved in determining whether that is actually meeting that criteria or not. But when it comes to personnel decisions about whether or not the school district is enforcing their own policy, that is a local board decision.
An issue, okay. Yeah, Danny, did you need to go back? Okay, Connie?
Was there anything in the law about medical issues like diabetes and other medical
Yes.
issues?
There are exemptions for students with IEPs, 504 plans, and health plans. Those are provided exemptions.
So we're going to see more parents, kids have problems so they can carry their phone with them.
You don't have to like that.
I'm just saying.
I know you are. Okay, I think we're good to move on. Oh, I'm sorry. Jim?
The issue of how do you secure the phones, I think that's a real big way. Yesterday, when Danny brought it up, talking about how many schools had spent so much money, I assume that's for that issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
so,
one's $97,000.
Yeah, and I've heard others talking about millions of dollars in certain places. Do we have a clear understanding of what that means, and can it be done without an extreme expense?
So KSDE is not providing guidance on how to interpret the law. So I think KSB has issued some guidance on how to interpret inaccessible and what those options are. I think we also shared a letter we received from the governor's office that provided some insight as well. Other than that, I think there can be options that if, school districts have certain infrastructure in place, they can use those options, but choosing certain options may lead to an increased cost for school districts.
Yeah, so now all the kids are going to have 2 cell phones.
We still have speed limit signs on the highway, whether you obey them or
You
not.
know, I'm one of those ornery kids. Or we're going to have a lot more people eating lunch in the parking lot because their phones in the parking in their car.
Yeah, Jim?
This is going to be my consistent sermon. This is another example that we have to build better relationships so that we trust each other, so that whenever we talk about unintended consequences, they are accepted. We can blame the legislature, and by the way, I've been guilty of doing that many times, but the fact is it's a two-way street.
It is.
And
we have to work on
and
it.
we have to do our part.
Yeah.
Because at one time, when I first got on this board, there were a lot of people that we could talk to in the legislature, a lot of Republican people that we could talk to in the legislature, and they had some respect for us. At least we developed a relationship where we could talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know that because you were one of them. I think we need to quit blaming and start doing everything within our power to make sure that they know that we're open to those relationships and be pretty aggressive. So
yes.
You've heard that sermon yesterday. They've heard it at other places, and I'm going to continue to say it until we do it.
There you go. So come January, we're going to see you at the podium? Remind
No.
Just saying. Okay, what else you got for us, Gabby?
2513 contains the language related to student walkouts. This is going to be a very different state board role, so we'll kind of walk through what this language says and what our proposed procedure is on this as well. So this language included a requirement that the state board establish a complaint process and a penalty for any school district that experiences a student walkout and fails to obtain written parental consent for every absence that a student had leaving the school building, that fails to enforce school attendance laws and policies with associated disciplinary actions for those students that were absent, and had staff that encouraged, facilitated, or enabled the student walkout. So student walkout is defined in the bill. It is pretty broad. It's defined as an organized effort for students to willfully violate school attendance policies. And the bill states that the penalty is equal to the contract base salary for the superintendent of the school district for every school day that the district experiences a school walkout or a student walkout, and that day also cannot be counted towards the school term. And the language is specific in that it states the state board is directed to adjudicate any complaints and determine whether the district should be assessed a penalty.
Yeah, that's fine.
So our proposed procedure for this one differs from the last bill. The state board does have the authority to delegate all or a portion of the adjudication process to a hearing officer. Because of the potential cost of that penalty that we mentioned to school districts, we do think that the state board should take final action on the complaint. But we think that a consistent form should be provided to complainants to complete and return to the department within 30 days of that alleged student walkout. The designated hearing officer would be the Office of the General Counsel, and they would conduct an initial review of the facts and follow up with that complainant as needed for additional information, and then a recommendation would be brought to the state board to take action on. So for both of these bills, and I'm happy to take questions specifically on 2513 as well, this is a receive item. So the next step for both of these would be for House Bill 2299 to approve that proposed survey process for certification of that adoption of the required policy. And then House Bill 2513 on student walkouts, it would be two parts, approving the proposed complaint procedure and then designating the Office of General Counsel as that hearing officer to do the initial review of the complaint and bring that recommendation to the board. And that is all I have. We are happy to take questions.
Okay, can you go back? I'm sorry,
Sure.
so that we're actually seeing, yes, right there. So the consistent form that would be provided, not built out yet, I assume.
Correct.
Okay.
I
But that would
think-
come back to the
And
board.
correct me if I'm wrong, if the hearing officer was designated as the Office of General Counsel, I envision us working with them to make sure that the form was in line with the information they would need.
Okay.
We could certainly provide a draft before the next meeting for you to see prior to taking action on this item, though.
Yeah, I would like that. Because we're looking at both of these as our receive items, right? So when you talk about the certifying of the policy, because you're still calling it a survey, so I'm trying to kind of nail that into my thinking here. So we're sending it out kind of like a survey here. Let us know what you have done. What's the certification part? Like, how is that different than just I am getting this information from you? How are they certifying that? What does that mean?
So the only information we envision collecting on the certification form is the information of the administrator who is making the certification and them verifying, yes, I am certifying that I am meeting the requirements of the law. So go ahead.
Within that, isn't it, I mean, does it speak directly to the local board developing policy or passing policy?
Yes.
So is the wording of the survey question, whatever, going to say, I'm certifying that our local board has?
Yes. And I apologize, the sample survey is very small, but we can also provide a copy of that to the board before you take action as well.
Just, yeah, wondering about the actual language in that. Anyway, sorry. Beryl? I'm over here musing and not letting you talk.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could go back to the student walkouts, yeah, and the procedures. So for my own clarity of this process. So scenario might be that students choose to mobilize and walk out, and they remain out of school for 3 days. Those 3 days would be unexcused absences, and the principal or superintendent would have to ensure that every single student who participated, if they didn't have the parental consent form, then they receive an unexcused absence. And then if it's in any way supported by a teacher or principal or superintendent and the discipline isn't followed through, that's when the penalty would come into place if there's no evidence of an effort to follow the law. And the reporting party would be someone who said students at ABC High School walked out, nothing happened to them. They'd be the one to fill out the form.
That's correct.
And then we follow up.
So on our former slide, all of the qualifiers that you just provided do need to be true. So they need to have a student walk out and not have parental consent. They need to fail to enforce their attendance policies. And then they had staff encourage, facilitate, or enable that walkout. And then, yes, we presume that a complainant would have some firsthand knowledge that these students participated in this walkout, didn't have parental consent, and were not subject to the attendance policy.
Okay. So the penalty would be connected to negligence on the part of school leaders to follow up appropriately with discipline or contacting parents.
And thankfully, I am not an attorney, with all due respect to Mark. But I think it goes a step further than negligence, because it does require staff to encourage, facilitate, or enable that student walkout, whatever that looks like.
Okay.
They either encourage students to do it, or they willfully facilitated them taking that action.
Okay, because I was just kind of imagining if that's not clearly communicated, there'll be all kind of chatter about, why are they doing this? Don't kids have free speech anymore? I thought the law said, and on and on. So, okay, that makes sense to me. Thank you.
And do all three have to be true?
Yes.
Okay. It's not just pick one. It has to. It's okay. Connie?
I'm glad to see that you guys have something that we can tell other people, especially parents, that, we did look at this and did something about it. I appreciate you doing that. And it looks pretty good to me for now. Thank you.
Betty? Oh, sorry. I got Dennis on here.
I was just gonna,
Betty? Go ahead.
okay. Is there a quantifier? As an example, it can be, they organize it and 2 kids.
So I think it
One
would have
kid.
to be.
I mean, was there a quantifier put in there?
I would say 2 or more, since you do have to organize it. I don't know that you can organize it with yourself, but I'm,
It could
again,
be
not an
organized,
attorney.
but only one kid followed through.
Right.
So you can sit and have this big conversation, and then only one kid follows through. That's why I was asking, was it a quantifier put in there, or does it even?
There is not a number outlined in the language.
Mark?
I haven't seen anything from KSB or anything out there, but have any insurance companies started issuing policy exclusions to school districts or anything?
I haven't heard
seen
anything
any.
about that.
Oh, because of the penalty. Gotcha. Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you give us a little history as to why this came around? I have my own ideas, but.
My context for this is pretty limited. This came through the budget process rather than a committee hearing. I think there was awareness of maybe a student walkout that I'm not sure they had firsthand knowledge of what occurred. So my knowledge of what occurred is very limited.
Okay.
And
think
do you have any?
if we go back to.
So I do think Gabby talked about the important context was this was added on the floor to the appropriations bill.
Right.
This was not a bill that was introduced. There was no hearing. And so a lot of times when we talk about the conversation that happened during the hearing, this did not have any of that. So Anything we would say would be guesses based on what was going on. If you think about the timing this happened, there had been some walkouts from schools publicized mostly around immigration enforcement and those kinds of things. So I don't know if that was directly what it was. And I would agree with Gabby. I don't know that the person that introduced the bill or the proviso had firsthand knowledge of what was going on, or whether that was just some interpretation of that. So that's what makes it a little bit harder to say this is why we think this was put in place.
Okay.
And because it's in the proviso on the budget, it's a one-year deal, right? Like it's just for this school year coming.
Correct. It's just in there for one fiscal year.
So unless they do something next session.
Yes, they would have to add the language back for it to go ongoing.
Right.
Okay. I just want to make an observation. I was disturbed on May 1st. There were, in some large cities in the United States, there were parades that were organized by the Communist Party of the USA and just, against our country. And there were professional educators that were in that parade helping. I mean, you can Google that and see that. So I'm concerned that students who get caught up in some kind of political fervor, whatever, are thinking that's okay. And I know that this only involves a school day, but we're talking about an actual, misalignment with our history, who we are, and if we're teaching that, if we're demonstrating that from an educational standpoint, we're actually grooming kids who are immature yet and haven't even maybe gained their voting rights yet to think that that's okay. I'm just making that observation, but you can Google it. May 1 being parades in large cities and stuff, and the NEA and people like that being involved in that. And so I think that may be some of the political environment that where the legislators are going, and I would stand with them on that. We don't want to promote that.
We just
in any
don't
way.
know is the problem, because there was no. We just don't know.
This language would have been passed before that occurred, but
Yes, I realize
That's
that.
true. That's true.
I'm
Okay.
just saying that where we're at as a country, I think we want to be aware of what's going on.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Gabby. So does a walkout, technically, are you walking out of the building, or are you just walking out of academic instruction and could be disruptive in the hallways with signs and everything within the school? Would that constitute a walkout? They're leaving instructional academic classrooms and for whatever reason and organizing. Do they have to actually leave the building, or can that be done? Could they be doing it disruptively in the hallways or within the school building?
the only definition of the walkout in the bill is that they're violating school attendance requirements. So I think that would be
You have
dependent.
to lean on that. Mm-hmm.
So it affects seat time. If they're not, that's why they could get penalized, because the students are not in their seats for seat time, correct?
Yeah, if they were marked absent, didn't have parent permission, and there was staff encouraging that event to take place, that could qualify as a walkout under the bill.
So staff encouraging could be staff standing outside and observing or watching or feeling like they're protecting the students in some fashion. That's how I would consider that would be condoning that, because they're out there watching it or trying to protect their safety. Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
So actually, I would like to clarify that, having supervised student walkouts before. Staff going outside with the students to make sure they are safe, in my opinion, would not be facilitating or condoning it. Mm-hmm. They may be writing down who's out there so that you can take action later on. I think when we get into the idea of negligence, if they are on school property and staff aren't doing something, that could be more problematic. I think facilitate, encourage, or enable is the act of doing the walkout. Once the students have walked out, if the staff are there trying to minimize harm, I don't think that would be considered enabling.
Okay. And Debbie? Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So actually, I wasn't going to raise my hand, but my thoughts were going along with Michelle's there. It does say on that second one there, it fails to enforce school attendance laws and policies. So I would expect now you'd have to concern yourself with the policies of each school district's board that are associated with what they consider basically seat in chair time and their attendance. Because a kid walking just out of a classroom without permission would usually be considered some form of eloping. And so, you know, they would probably have policies and how they deal with eloping in their school. Is what I would think. It might be very varied at that point.
Okay, Jim?
The part where you can't count it as a school day. If you have a high school with 1,000 kids and 150 of them walk out, are you supposed to not count that as not a school day for the entire 1,000, or just the 150 that walked out, or is that an unintended consequence?
So I think if the state board adjudicated that complaint and found the school district did have a walkout and met all the requirements, that would not count as a school day for the school term, period. Is that for the whole school?
For the whole school. So 800, in my scenario, 850 kids would be penalized for the actions of 150. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think they would say they would be penalized for the actions of leadership who willfully.
Well, I can assure you that if 150 kids in 1,000 high schools decided to walk out, you're not going to stop them.
Right.
No matter what you try to do, you're not going to stop them.
But this is really about, are they following their own policies?
In that instance, if those students walked out and they were marked absent, and according to the laws and policies, the state board could find that the school district did not violate this language.
Right.
And if there is case law that says a student does not lose their First Amendment right when they walk in the door, has there been any talk that you know about of anybody questioning this law?
I have not heard anything.
Oh, not yet. It hasn't been enforced yet. Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay. All right. I think we're going to move along. Because we are early, do we have time? What we're going to move, Shane? Yep. Oh.
Shane's here and he can do both of his items, so 20 minutes.
Okay. We have 20 minutes before lunch. Shane Carter's going to go ahead and pop in and do number 10 and 11. Thank you, sir, for doing so. And that way we can keep moving after lunch, okay?
Yep, okay. So good morning, Madam Chair. Commissioner Steele, I practiced on that all morning to make sure I didn't say Commissioner Watson, so yay, go me. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for being here. So for the two items that we have today, I'm going to provide a little clarification in case I wasn't clear what I was asking last time, and then these are action items. And I have, laid out recommended motions. You can choose to use them or not. It's just there to kind of help assist with your logic and thinking of what that would look like. All right, so go ahead and get to the slide real quick. Well, we got some additional slides. Okay, it was only supposed to be this one. So, all right, so bottom line, when we talked about rules and regulation changes last time, I went into detail about how a statute 483406 and our joining two compacts, the Interstate Mobility Teacher Compact and the School Psychologist Compact, have made our regulations as dealing with out-of-state educators a little messy. So bottom line, what I was asking was to adjust the out-of-state license requirements using holding these type of requirements. And that's for the teaching, it's a bachelor's degree, an unencumbered license, application fee, and background check. For school specialists, because they require graduate degrees, basically the same thing, graduate degree, the unencumbered license, application fee, and background check. And then leadership, the graduate degree, unencumbered license, application and background check and fee. Now the question is, why would I write it this way? Well, when we had discussion, I did say that 91-1-204 is about 6 pages long.
Right.
So I wasn't bringing to you those line item changes because eventually we'll have to get there for the regulation. So any language, every and, a, the, and that's in that regulation will have to get changed and edited. In order to start the work, I was just asking if the board would approve these changes, and then I can actually start doing those edits. And not only is it going to impact 91-204, there's a few other areas within the regulation that will be impacted, such as 91-1-200, definition of terms, et cetera. So it's not as easy as just saying we're going to do these 4 things. It's going to impact those regulations pretty significantly. So that's why I wrote it like this. Okay, so and that's why when I did the motion, I was asking for a conceptual change. It's my hillbilly nature. I couldn't come up with any good words to kind of lay that out there. So that's what
And so I kind of bothered him, poor guy, because I was like, I wasn't sure when I read it. I was like, what? Because it was just me in my own space. So I didn't mean to make life more difficult for you.
No, it wasn't just you, Chair Hopkins. It was
because I'm seeing what you're saying, but then it was like probably third email. Again, I apologize, but because you have to go in literally, like you said, rewrite everything. But you want to know that we're all on board with this concept of changing everything, so he could begin that process before bringing us the line item, whenever that happens. So if that makes sense, or if you have any questions, this is an action item from last month. So anybody? Everybody good? Okay, I'll take a motion. Melanie?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the conceptual changes to licensure. I'm going to read that one. Approve the conceptual changes to licensure regulations to align licensure requirements with the state board's goal number 3, policy, regulation, and alignment.
Okay, in a second. Barrow? All in favor? That'd be a 10-0 vote, it looks like. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, am I supposed to touch? All right, and as I re-looked the slides that I presented to you last time, I noticed that I didn't include in the slide deck the actual number amount that we were actually asking. It was in the board write-up, but it didn't show on any of the slides. But bottom line, when we're talking about those increase of fees that we were asking for all those reasons, mainly cost of living, inflation, the rise in salaries, and basically how much we have to pay for rent here in the agency, we came up to the $20 limit to basically raise all of our applications $20 across the board starting in October 1st of 2026. So that was the actual ask.
Yeah, and I liked that wherever I saw it at, and I don't remember if it was on your slides last time or not, but I definitely saw it in the board materials that you talked about the inflation, the length of time they have not been changed. Just throwing in, it would actually be a little bit higher, but you just took a solid.
Yes, so we would still be under what that the natural inflation rate would have been over the last 12 years.
Okay, sorry. Any discussion, comments? Motion, okay.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve changes to the application fee structure by increasing all licensure fees by $20 effective October 1st, 2026.
Second. Melanie? Any discussion, any comments before we vote? Melanie?
If I could just make a quick comment. I'm just frustrated that we have to charge any fees at all.
I know.
I think that this is a burden that teachers shouldn't have to bear. I think that our state knows the challenges that we have faced at keeping teachers, and I just want to say that this is ridiculous, but I understand.
But the reality all at the same time.
Yep.
Betty?
Can I just make a comment?
Just a second.
Okay, in regards to what Melanie was saying, I had thought that way for a significant period of time, but I understand that is the funds from that is what's used to pay for
people,
your department. Your department.
Yep.
So, if that was to be reviewed, what options would be available to finance your department? Is that something that would come out of the budget? I mean, how
His
would...
salary. It would come out of his salary. Sorry.
Oh, well then, yeah, let's change it.
Just kidding.
So my question would be, seriously, because I had real concerns with that as well, and then to find out that you would not be funded but for this, I wondered, are there options available and is that something that I should be asking you and not Shane? Or have you had a chance to even look at that?
So
Go ahead.
I can defer, and I may have to ask my friend,
Phone a
phone a
friend,
friend,
why
Dr.
don't you
Hess,
phone a
but I
friend?
do believe at that point, if it were to go away, there would have to be an authorization within our state general fund, like a line item for those positions. Therefore, that money would have to be allocated for it. And John, please feel free to correct me, which for my staff, since they're paid out of the fee fund, it's a separate funding code outside of those general funds.
Yeah, I was just wondering how you would go about that. You would ask you would ask for an increase from legislature, or?
Probably have to go through the Department of Administration, and
Yeah, Dr. Hess, do you have?
I will defer.
How would you go about that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, member of the board. So if there was a request to change the funding for the teacher licensure program, that would have to go through the entire state budget process. So we would have to bring it to the board, and the board would have to approve it as a enhancement request to submit in the agency's next budget request. Then it would have to go to the governor, have to go to the legislature, and have to make it through all of that process. It would be completely subject to the will of the legislature about whether they wanted to do something like that. It would also require changes to statute, because this fee fund is established in statute. It is statute that authorizes the board to set the fees at whatever the board determines the fees need to be. So there would be multiple steps to that as well. And just in my experience, the legislature is pretty reluctant to shift from something that has a dedicated fee funding source over to the general fund.
Yeah, that would be quite a hurdle. Okay, Dennis?
Well, the argument on the other side is every other professional group of people pay licensing fees. And that's, I can understand why, there's just time put into it. And I think it's just okay. Okay with that.
So to finish up with that, it almost seems like that's something that you'd have to have, a year or two to.
Yeah, I think it would take at least that. If they were willing to do it, I think it would still take that long.
You have not, because you asked
not.
Thank you.
There you go. So on a legislative conversation, we might have to address that.
May I just make one more comment about it? There's something valuable about paying for something that's worth it. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree.
You get free stuff. So it's usually not the value. And I'm just saying, from an argument standpoint, a license, a professional license is valuable, and teachers are valuable. And I looked at my nursing license as, I can work this off in if I get a nursing license, I don't care what it's going to cost, because I'm doing what I want to do, and it has value. So that's the other argument.
Bring that up again after January.
There you go. Okay, are we ready for a vote? All righty, all in favor? Got the two, I can't tell. Okay, thank you. I could not, with what's behind her, I couldn't quite sight if that was hand. Okay, I think we're at 10-0. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, all right, good to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate it very much. And we're still a little bit early, but we'll go ahead and take lunch. Oh, there you go. That gives you time, because policy is meeting over the lunch break. So, okay, we'll be back at 1:30. back after our lunch time. Before we get full into our agenda, Board Member Haas has a shout out she's going to give real quick.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to send a big thank you to Liz Anstein. She was the 2025 Teacher of the Year, but she is also a leader at her, I believe she's at Olathe. Anybody want to correct me here? Olathe North? I'm going to get the school wrong, but she is in the Olathe district, and she leads one of their CTSO groups. And so KSDE actually puts on a couple of conferences every year for the CTSOs, and right now is their leadership conference. And so students are in town with their advisors for those groups, and they are learning all about leadership. So big thanks to them for the goodies that they sent us for the snack table. That's all. Thank you.
Melanie, can you remind us what CTSO?
Ooh, Career and Technical Student Organizations. And there is a big long list. If anybody wants to look it up, you'll find it on the KSDE website.
There is a list.
Yeah. Liz is with DECA. So you can look that up too. Figure out what DECA is.
Yeah, because we don't know what that means either. The other thing before we get started is because of where we're at in our agenda, we're actually ahead of schedule. And so we are going to take the consent items that were pulled previously and move them into what was Shane Carter's spot. I should have texted you, Debbie. Apologize. I didn't think of that ahead of time. So we're going to take advantage of that space that we created with our being ahead of schedule and do that after our quality instruction corner. It's kind of been renamed, and I'm pretty excited about what we're doing. So Dr. Curtis, if you want to come forward and get us going, that would be lovely.
Chair Hopkins, members of the board, it is great to be with you today. I'm going to just do the reading corner piece of the quality instruction corner. We're all in the corners here today. But I am very, very happy to introduce to you Dr. Carrie Mugridge, who has others that she will introduce or have them introduce themselves. She is the Executive Director of Learning Services with USD 434 Santa Fe Trails. And when I looked at what they are planning on presenting today, it just did my heart good, because we've talked in pieces about what different systems are doing, but I think what you're going to see today is a very comprehensive look at how you thoughtfully position a lot of pieces to do the right work to help kids learn to read. So I am happy to turn this over to Dr. Mugridge.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to start by introducing Mrs. Faith Flory. She's our superintendent. She's going to start us off today, and then we're going to kind of go from there. And I'm going to have my team introduce themselves as they come up. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mugridge. My name is Faith Flory. I'm the proud superintendent at Santa Fe Trail USD 434. Thank you, board, for having us here today. We enjoy getting out of the office in the summer and being able to come and talk to all of you. We've been here a few times in the last couple of years to talk about and celebrate Santa Fe Trail and all the good work going here. Commissioner, congratulations. I hope to get to work with you frequently, and we look forward to your service and leadership over the next few years. So thank you for having us. I'm not going to talk a lot today, but I do want to brag a little bit on our administrative team. I have some wonderful people that I get to work with every day that serve kids at Santa Fe Trail School District and have made tremendous impact both in literacy, math, the work-based learning opportunities, and we've made a lot of changes at Santa Fe Trail in the last couple of years because of these wonderful people behind us and their leadership with our teachers and our families and our students. So I am going to introduce them, or do you guys want to introduce? I'll have them come up and introduce themselves. They can speak for their roles and who they get to work with every day. So thank you for having us.
Okay, so let's start with they're going to introduce themselves as they present. Yes. Gotcha. So we're going to start with, we really began this work. I came to Santa Fe Trail in 2022, and it lined up really well with all of the work that the State Department and you good people were doing with dyslexia initiatives and training and the blueprint and all of those things that were going. So when I got to Santa Fe Trail, one of the first pieces we put into place was educator preparation and knowledge and all of those pieces. And currently, right now, 100% of our pre-K through 5 teachers have completed letters training. And we were able to do this through, we strategically planned our professional development days to line up with letters. We also were able to obtain a grant that gave our teachers a stipend. So they earned a stipend for completing their letters training. Our administrators are also fully trained in letters, so that really helps because that supports what the teachers are learning. And then last year, our KESA action plan focused on structured literacy, so it helps to support all of these pieces that we're going to talk about today.
So in my role, it is my job to kind of kick down barriers and open up doors so that our process from a systemic level can be successful. So the first thing that we really had to work on is finding time. Time is always something we never have enough of. So it was important that our teachers and our staff and our administrators had dedicated and protected time during the day in order to meet, evaluate, look at data, look at our students, and really have a good understanding and a picture of where we are, where our holes and gaps were, and have a good understanding of how we need to make changes and what those changes are. So we needed time to meet and collaborate in a structured model that was data-driven. So we worked with our negotiations teams, our building leadership teams, and our administrative team to protect some time, and we've got a process in place where our teams can meet bi-weekly. This is preschool through 12th grade, and it's hard to do that in a high school and a middle school when you've got core classes and electives always kind of hitting and missing, and they're never on plan or on time off at the same time. So we've worked to build a model and a schedule around the time spent for teachers dedicated to student data and really understanding that work. So that's the first piece, and that was just one of the first structures we needed in order to get together and have that time dedicated for our kids. So that's our first action step.
Like, who's up? Okay, the next thing that we really talked about was using our FastBridge data as more than just a tool that we have to get done. We really needed to use this to help us evaluate where our students are and what they needed. So I always explain to my teachers that the FastBridge is like when you go to the doctor and you get your blood pressure taken. It's not going to tell you what's wrong, but it's going to give you a signal that there might be some issues that we need to address. So we do our FastBridge screening. We do that pre-K through 12. We do it 3 times a year. And then we use that screener to look at what kids might need more. What else do we need to do for those kids? So those kids who screen as possible having some reading difficulties or math difficulties, we then give a diagnostic. And this diagnostic then tells us what are the holes, what are these things that these kids need that we can then fulfill for them. Once they give the diagnostic, they are then placed in their intervention, depending on what they need. And then in their intervention, they are giving progress monitoring. K through 8 does this every 1 to 2 weeks. And then 9 through 12 does it monthly. And this really tells us, is what we're doing in intervention working? If it is or is not working, then we change and make things adjust as we need to.
Hi, my name is Laura Lee Bolt. I'm the principal at Overbrook Attendance Center. We're a K through 3 building. We're going to become a pre-K through 3 building for the 26-27 school year. So what Carrie said is absolutely right. We need to dig into our FastBridge data and know more about our students. When the Every Child Can Read Act came out, we looked when we were partnering with TASN and we talked about parent communication. So for us, we don't just communicate those requirements to our 3rd grade families, we communicate to all of our families because partnership with our families is how our students can learn and grow. So we take our form that we utilized with TASN and we go through and we're not just reporting the scores to our parents anymore because they want to know what those scores mean, but also what interventions are we doing? What skills are we working? What skills are we working on? How can we partner with you at home? Because a lot of times they say, well, what can we do to support things at home, especially in the spring? How can we continue these things over the summer? So we continue to do that 3 times a year, but then also just in our newsletters when we're transitioning between tiers and interventions and also at parent-teacher conferences. So using this form gives them more information and then it better helps us communicate with our families.
All right. So it also goes back to one of the first things that we had to do was really look at our tier 1 core instruction, because we cannot intervene our way out of a reading issue, correct? So we needed to make sure that all of our grade levels were working on grade level. Teachers were doing a variety of different things. There was not a core resource that was being used. So the first thing we did, using some great ESSER money, which was fantastic, we purchased core resources for our teachers to use, and this was on grade level. What we noticed immediately was our tier 2 and tier 3 numbers start to decline when you get on grade level and you're doing those pieces. We also looked at our structured literacy. We wanted to make sure that we were following all of those pieces in our grade levels, but including that education piece for our teachers, which is where that letters comes in as well. We pulled in TASN, which was a huge piece of this puzzle, and TASN came in and helped us work with what we were going to do for our interventions and reworking our tier 2 and our tier 3 interventions pre-K through 12. We had a really good intervention system at elementary. We had a pretty good middle school intervention, and we had nothing at the high school and nothing at the preschool. So we needed to make this a cohesive process pre-K through 12. So that was really helpful. And then they helped us tweak and change a bit of our, how we did screening, how we looked at our data, and then especially our progress monitoring. So having TASN available to help us was such a very valuable piece for our district and what we did to make this so successful.
Okay, so here's what we did at the elementary level, and I'm going to piggyback what she just said. TASN made this whole framework for us work, make sense, set it all up. We worked with Brianna Curry, and she did a great job coming in and giving us that on-site coaching that was so very valuable to us. So as we moved into our tier 1 with our new curriculum, we would implement first what we called class-wides, because sometimes our median, we have more students that are in need of tier 2 and tier 3 intervention. As we started, if that is occurring, well, we know we can't have all those students in tier 2 or tier 3. So we take a 10-day radius, we teach to that skill we need, we progress monitor, we test again, and we're hoping to move more kids into tier 1 so that we can give adequate needs and meeting the needs of the students for tier 2 and tier 3. I will say, as we've went through this process, class-wides at first was very lengthy for us. A lot of times now, our kids don't need to go into class-wides. They can go directly into walk to intervention. When we were in class-wides, what we would do is we would look at that median, we would see where our kids were at, see what strategy they needed. Our classroom teachers, our most certified teachers in our science of reading with our letters training, were the ones that were implementing that. And then as we lowered those tier 2 and tier 3 numbers, we would move to walk to intervention. The biggest part for us is it's a dedicated daily block. It's in the master schedule. It happens no matter what. It's a non-negotiable. We at first thought, this is going to be so hard, but now it's my teacher's favorite part of the day. That's the part that they're looking forward to because we're getting so much done during that time. The students break out. We use our PLC time. We look at all of our data from our progress monitoring, our diagnostic assessment, seeing what skills they need. We divide all those students as with our reading interventionist, our teachers, and myself, and we change those about we look at it every 2 weeks, but about every 3 to 4 weeks, we're changing our cycle. So students are never stuck where they, started. Sometimes they get into intervention and it just stays like that. And that's no longer happening in our building. We're meeting their needs in real time. So that's been a great change for us. And I think that as we move forward in the future, looking at this with math, we're going to be doing some really awesome things because our numbers, and she has scores for that, are drastically changing.
Hi, I'm Mike Malone. I'm the principal at Carbondale Attendance Center. We're a grades 4 through 8 building. This is my first year in the Santa Fe Trail District, so I was kind of fortunate to step into a building that had spent last year looking with TASN, looking at all of this and putting it together. And what they had put together was a plan that, when I came in, was very excited about to get that. It was a building-wide plan that put all of our kids into different groups of interventions. I'm going to turn it over right now to our intervention teacher. Her and her group are the ones that kind of coordinate most of this, and she'll let her talk through that plan.
Hi, my name is Katie Dinas, and I'm the 4th through 8th grade math and reading interventionist at Santa Fe Trail. As Mike said, we went through a process with TASN where we created a new plan. We'd been doing intervention at the middle school always, but it was hard with that middle school schedule to really find the time and really the desire with students for them to want to be a part of that. So we were able last year to create a schedule where every student 4th through 8th grade received reading services. So even our benchmark groups, they were able to find extension activities through their needs and move them through the system. As Laura Lee said, no student is wasting their time in an intervention that they don't need. We're progress monitoring every 2 weeks in our building and finding what they need and moving them through the skills that they need and seeing so much progress. So all of our students in the middle school are either in a benchmark group, a phonics group for our neediest students, a comprehension group, or a fluency group. We see when we first started, because we do class-wides with our 4th and 5th graders, the most students that we see are in fluency because they just don't read, have eyes on text as often as they previously had. You know, we've seen that with technology too. So all of our students now are 4th through 8th grade seeing a group every single day, which is wonderful.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Ellis. I'm the high school principal at Santa Fe Trail. So this is my second year at Santa Fe Trail. They had talked about this prior to me stepping in, but my first year we dove into this quite a bit to figure out how do we make this work at the high school level. We stole a lot of the same practices from the middle school and implemented that. So we captured time from each of our class periods and built in a dedicated intervention time for all of our students. And I say all of it, not all of our students need intervention. So one of the fun things that we did with that is we utilizing our data, we established a benchmark with TASN, and we have a cut point. So students that fall below it go into a deliberate intervention for what are their needs, whether it be phonics, fluency, or comprehension. And then the next group, our 4th quadrant, is at benchmark or above that we consider our enrichment. Thankfully, the staff well aware of the need, and they've all bought into it, and we're on board with supporting all of our students. So having the teachers take the lead to take over these interventions, and we had dedicated teachers that were willing to go to each of these quadrants based on their skill set and support our students, and then the remaining teachers were part of our intervention groups. Our intervention groups expanded a little bit more on the skill sets that we want to see our students walk away from high school with. For instance, we started with an etiquette course for our students just to familiarize ourselves on how we were going to utilize this enrichment component. And then the teachers took over and they found that their own specific skill sets and what they were interested in and helping bolster our students. They created their own identities. One, for instance, that actually I led was the ACT prep course. Another one is executive functioning skills for jobs. Things of that nature that we allow all of our students to select, and we go on a 6-week rotation, so they have an opportunity to go through several of these different courses throughout the semester. We've had a very successful first semester, and again, our data, I think, supports that as well. So we are continuing that trend, and it's ever evolving, but capturing the time, as Faith mentioned right at the get-go, that was our number one thing, to prioritize the commitment to this, and our school has collectively done a great job with that.
One thing I wanted to add about the high school intervention, I don't know if you've ever tried to do a reading interventionist or reading intervention with a 9th or a 10th grader. They are not excited about that. That is not what they want to do. But when they started to see the changes in their own reading, when they started charting their fluency that was increasing, you would walk into one of these classrooms that had an intervention, and they were usually one of the teachers who builds really good relationships with students. That's the first thing, right? So they were with that teacher. They were sitting in a small group. There was maybe 6, 7 of them, and they were engaged. They were working hard, and not only that, they were so proud to show me or others that came into the classroom what they could read or what they could do. Like, look at this huge word I'm reading. Like, I'm reading this word. And they would talk about how they broke that word down and what the different parts of the morphology mean of that word and all of those pieces. And then to see on the FastBridge their CBM data, which is a fluency read, just steadily increase and go up, and then also to see that their confidence increases as well. Second semester, we took a little different approach with those kids who were in the reading intervention, and they did what we like to call a preview. So their core teachers reading, ELA, math, science, would send to our intervention teachers what they were going to be studying for the next week, and they would go through that with the students ahead of time and look at that vocabulary and look at the reading and practice reading it and practice talking about all of those pieces. So then when they were in the classroom, their confidence was way up, and they were one of the leaders in the classroom and helping their peers in that classroom. And so that was a really great pivot for us as well. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the evidence and what we have seen. Our state assessments in 2024, there were only 24% of our district that was at a level 3 and 4. And I always explain to my teachers, state assessment is grade level based on state standards. And so that is what we're assessing in that, which is completely different from what we're assessing on FastBridge, right? So we just look at our state assessments, and we've seen we went from 24% in levels 3 and 4 to almost 39% here in the spring of 2026. Is that still lower than we want? Absolutely. But we are so proud of this growth because, man, it is really hard to move these kids from one level to the next. And to see that growth is something that we really, really celebrated. And we are so excited to show that. And now we just can't wait for the next year, right? Because every single year we see a steady increase in the number of 3 and 4s. And so it's just going to keep growing, which is so exciting. And I think a lot of that has to do with one, we now teach at grade level. 2, our rigor increases. And 3, we really encourage our teachers to teach with urgency, teach like your hair's on fire, right? Like you don't have time to do anything else, but you've got to get those things done. When we look at FastBridge data, we talk about this is what shows your actual reading skills, your fluency, your accuracy, your automaticity. And our FastBridge skills have been phenomenal. So when we look at our primary grades, in 2022, we had 19% in Tier 1. This year, we had 72% in Tier 1 for 2026. This is just in reading. Our math is doing well too. Our district-wide stability in pre-K proficiency reached 68% in spring of 26 as compared to 49% in fall of 22. And then our 8th grade reading performance. And this is really good because we saw that big jump early. We saw that those early literacy skills jumped very quickly when we got to those targeted specific skills. But in those upper grades, it was much slower for growth because that is switching from learning those targeted reading skills of early reading to really, are we learning what we're reading? Are we using comprehension? Are we doing all of those pieces? So in fall of 22, we had 45% of our students in Tier 1, and now we have 60% of our students in Tier 1 in spring. So what we're noticing is the number of students that are in our tiers is continually dropping, and we are continually increasing the threshold level that we can ask students to come and join us in interventions. So when we came in 2022, we had, if you're in the 10th percentile, you're going to get Tier 3, and if you're, 20th, 25th percentile, you'll get Tier 2. Now we've moved those thresholds up to 35 and 40%, which is a great thing because now we're serving more kids and giving them what they actually really need. What intervention do they need? So great success for us. And do you have any questions for my amazing team?
That was amazing. Thank you very much. Betty has.
Thank you. And I do want to start with you.
She's been waiting.
I really have. This is, and thank you. This is really exciting. And it's an area that I've been kind of concerned about. And so you kind of helped me focus in on those areas. So if we could go back to your slide on your assessments for pre-K, right at the beginning.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, no. I think it's forward again. Again? No? Yeah, there,
Okay.
the screening process.
Yes.
Okay, what really captured my interest on the preschoolers screen before enrollment, how do you, especially on your pre-K, are these kids that are in pre-K at your building, or I mean, in the schools, or is this open? And let me explain why I'm asking this. Because historically, the third grade has just been that icon of if they're not at this level by then. And so it does suggest that then we need to be doing something prior to, which is what you are doing. And I also am concerned because as I see more grandparents becoming parents, they go back to what was preparation years ago when you counted to 10 and you tied your shoes, then you were ready. That has changed so drastically, but there are still a lot of parents who, despite the communication, still look at this is how you prepare. And so when you have that screening, I am wondering and thinking how great it would be if grandparents that are now parenting for whatever reason, or parents or whatever, to know that, number one, it's changed. I mean, kids are doing great things besides tying their shoes, or knowing their names or their parents. And I'm not saying, I'm not minimizing, because all of those things are critical. That's just not the benchmark that's there for preparation. How great it would be to engage.
I want to just talk to your point a little bit, because it is so important what you're talking about. I've had the privilege of serving also as the preschool administrator. I'm a high school social studies teacher by trade. So it was quite the learning curve for me to move over to the district office where our preschool students reside and get to serve in a leadership role there and learn so much about early childhood intervention, preschool readiness. We talk about kindergarten readiness a lot, but things have changed with what we're noticing our preschoolers are coming to us with or without. I've worked a lot with some great preschool early educators that talk a lot about what they're looking for from birth to 5 years old before we send them off to kindergarten. So we do an early childhood screening that is open to everybody in our district and actually in our co-op area to come in. And they do some of the typical screenings that you do for early childhood, vision, hearing, but we also do pre-academics. And if we notice something very early on, we can start having those conversations with parents, with those grandparents or other guardians that may be in the home with these kids before they even attend our preschool. So we have a universal preschool model where you can come to preschool if you are 3 or 4 years old at Santa Fe Trail School District. A general education model. We allow obviously at-risk students because there's some additional funding for our at-risk students, and then obviously those who qualify for special education. But this screener really gives us some information early on before they even walk into our preschool that, have these kids been exposed to rich language? Have these students been exposed to books and adults reading to them at an early age? Gross and fine motor skills that they may have been working on at home with their families or not. And as you know, these children grow up in all sorts of homes, and those experiences either prepare them or ill-prepare them to come even to preschool. Even toileting, potty training, sitting still, executive functioning skills, emotional regulation. There's 1.5 million things that these little brains are absorbing as they're just growing so quickly in that 0 to 3 years old. So this screening here, along with the Fast Bridge that Dr. Mugridge is talking about, are just additional tools we have to give us more information about kids so that we're prepared for every child that walks through our door. And then before we send them off to Mrs. Bolt over at kindergarten. So that screening there, when she's talking about Fast Bridge, is once they're in preschool, but there's a whole lot of information we're gathering from the time they're born and walking into our screenings. They'll bring little babies in to come in and do some screenings with us that are very, early childhood, assessments on what we're seeing with your kid. And they can bring them every year until they join us in preschool. So anyway, I just wanted to touch on that a little bit.
And I'm glad you did, because there is one other great part to that. And I'm not going to monopolize, but I do want to say this. Well, I am going to monopolize.
I was
But
going to
this
say,
is
but
worth
you
saying.
are.
You're building at an early stage great relationships with families.
Yes. Yeah.
And I just had a conversation about that, about families trusting the education process and the fact that they are a part of that process, starting in pre-K, which is wonderful. So I do want to ask, follow up, does that relationship stay as strong as they continue through, or do you see this excitement at pre-K and K and the forgotten middle? I mean.
I'll let you guys speak.
So with our building being 4th through 8th grade, we have an interesting makeup, and the momentum grows so much in our PK3, and then they come over 4th and 5th grade, maintains it. But once they're in that different schedule where they're going to electives, the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, you kind of do lose some of that excitement. And that's why I'm really proud of the work that we've done, where every student is seeing that intervention process, whether it's benchmark or phonics at any level. They're regaining their love for literacy, because we know that fades as they get older. They just don't spend as much time with their nose in a book. And so that's something that we've been able to kind of rebuild and turn around with the new setup that we have through TASN. And I really look forward to growing that with math this year too, as we take on that.
So quickly, you still have parent participation.
Oh yeah. We still do parent night, where we invite them into the building and we're talking to them about the different processes. We do the same things that they're doing at the elementary school with class-wides, and the screening process is the same. But it is harder to engage those older kids, but it is so important for them. And so we're seeing that. So we do a night twice a year where we bring them in. We brought back donuts for grown-ups with our big kids, and it was so fun to see parents and grandparents come in, even with our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and just kind of rebuilding that relationship with them this year.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you all for what you do. I really am. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Melanie?
I have so many questions I want to ask you all. Thank you for a great presentation. I guess I want to start with, what advice would you give to other schools?
Oh, that's good.
I mean, what are the real winners from this, the things you feel like you couldn't live without? What do they go to first?
I think from just a district approach is that aligning and getting everybody on the same page and rowing in the same direction. Our challenges have been hard at Santa Fe Trail based on a 4-campus model, and our grade level configuration has been a little wonky. Our preschool is in one town, isolated by itself with a district office. They love it. They like their little building. Then they move over to K3 and have a new principal and a new model. Then they move over to 4th grade at Carbondale, new principal, new model, new teachers, and they move out to the high school. We have a lot of transitions, so we've had to be very meticulous and very strategic in how to get aligned when you have all those breaks in our model. We are working on that. As you guys spoke about at your last board meeting, we do have a bond issue coming up in August. Part of that is to tackle some of our declining enrollment, but also to kind of right-size our district and reconfigure where our kids are so we have a better setup and model for continuity of care over time, for culture, and some development of those processes that are going to be better with an elementary school, a middle high school concept, that what we believe will help not just tackle our financial issues, but also our student learning, which is most important. So I believe there's a strategic approach and a system approach that you've got to really look at first to get everybody aligned. That time piece was critical for our teachers and our staff. We are always talking about we don't have enough time. There's never enough time. So I would start there and then let these people go to work and let your teachers go to work and lead it. This isn't an administrator-led initiative. This is a teacher-led initiative. And then our students are a big part of their learning. They set goals. They are responsible for their learning. They take ownership in it. They want to see those goals grow. We, of course, incentivize and do some things like that that's fun for them to set goals towards working towards. But I think that a big picture approach is really key as the starting point with your actions. So, but these guys can talk to more about their building level approach.
I would also say, and I think I've said this today, but so important, and this is part of KISA action plan as well, is the high quality instructional materials. And so having that core one that is research-based, that is rigorous, that is on grade level. When we did get grade level material for all of our schools and our students and our teachers, daily, were the teachers and the students saying, this is too hard, my kids can't do this is too hard. And I would say, we can do hard things, we can do this. And now no one says anything about it. Like, it is just what we do, everybody does it, and it is part of our everyday work in Santa Fe Trail. And so I think that's a huge piece, because again, I can put in the best intervention in the world, which is what I've done in several places, in several buildings, but unless you have that tier one that is so solid and so strong and on grade level, I can't make up for it in intervention.
That's
so
right.
I think that's really important too.
That's so real. Thank you. Yes.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Can I add one thing just for? So in our building, I think we talk a lot about teacher buy-in, right? And we talk about the tier one, and we can do hard things, and we celebrate our kids. She's absolutely right. But as an administrator, I think it's so very important that you take time to celebrate your teachers.
Absolutely.
So some of the things, and Faith and Carrie have done a great job at this. Those teachers know. They're in there looking at the data. Congratulations, so-and-so. I saw that your scores have went from here to here. So celebrating them in that way. I go in my peak of the week and I look for science of reading strategies or key takeaways that teachers are doing to increase their scores or their core instruction. And I put that out there for all the teachers to see and celebrate. That has been a lot of celebration in my building. And then also, when you start getting excited about it, they start getting excited about it. And so from the very beginning of this process with TASN to now I have teachers, before I can even open their data, they are running in my office and they're like, did you see that my CBM and our words per minute went from here and here? Because we are always celebrating. So it's not just about celebrating your kids, which we do immensely, but it's about celebrating your teachers too.
That's an awesome point. Thank you. The follow-up was simply around HQIM.
Yeah.
How much of that is physical paper, books versus digital? I did hear a reference to screen time, so I'm kind of curious. This board's been talking about that, so it's in context for us.
So in our pre-K through 5, they have access to digital. The teachers do, like that is their lesson plans, things like that. They have some videos that they watch with the songs for the letters. They have some pieces like that, but overall it is a paper pencil piece. Our 6 through 8 has option to have paper, but the majority of it and the best pieces of it that the curriculum offers is all online digital. So our students are doing their work online. They do have physical books, because I still believe in a physical book, but they are doing their questions, they are doing their analyzing, they are marking up text, they are doing those pieces online in a portal. And then our 9 through 12 is a mixture of both. We're getting a brand new curriculum 9 through 12 next year that has a solid mixture of both paper pencil but also online. So
okay.
Thank you. I'm going to speak on that really quick. With the 6th through 8th grade, to support that, because their curriculum is mostly online, all of our interventions are paper pencil or text. So our extension activities are doing novel studies. They have eyes on text, reading chapter books. Our fluency groups are reading excerpts from their textbooks that are printed out. So they are also getting all of our interventions are hands-on.
Okay.
I walk into the building often, and everybody in a room is reading in a book. It doesn't matter what building I'm walking into. If I'm walking in a classroom, there are kids with books in their hands all the time at Santa Fe Trail. So it's been great. Even though we have these tools and these modern pieces of technology and curriculum that support what we do, there are still a lot of kids that have books and are writing and composing, all those things the traditional
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't have a question. It's more a comment and probably more a compliment, but I've just gotten really excited and inspired by what I hear you all sharing. I think that your disciplined practice is really going to give us some results that could be well replicated, throughout the state. But next to the last speaker, I'm not sure which one of you it was, but you were talking about how students were able to have ownership over their own learning, and immediately John Hattie came to mind, and how he's letting us know this is the way we get the most results out of student learning. So, to see you all practicing that, and we have evidence that it really works, then I just want to compliment you on the work that you're doing, and hopefully others will listen and learn and practice the same thing, and we will see some improvement in our students learning all across Kansas.
Yes.
So thank you.
Absolutely, and I just want to truly thank you. Truly. What I heard was systems and culture and celebrations, frameworks. I mean, all the words that they mean something, right? They're truly building out what can be done. But I love the system-wide, like everybody's got to be on the same page, because that's how working together benefits everybody, not just the kids, the teachers, because we have to get to the teachers to get to the kids. So thank you so much for taking time and sharing with us. And like truly, the timing was perfect for us. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's exciting. Okay, up next is our math portion of our quality instruction corner. Jennifer Hamlet, you've got a guest with you, I assume?
All right, well, thank you very much. Just Jennifer Hamlet, Assistant Director for now Teaching and Learning Division in the area of standards. So today we have Samantha Wright. She is from Mineola High School. So she's actually come a very far way to talk to you today. Yes. So we had our Summer Sensational Days where all of our field educators and teacher leader consultants come, and that was Thursday, Friday. So she decided to stay on and speak to you a little bit about technical math. A little bit about Samantha. My first year when I was still the math program manager, I met her at one of our first PLCs. She impressed me from the first time that she was a participant. She always kept us on our toes with all her questions, and they were good questions. So, and then I got with her on assessments and standard setting and all kinds of different things. And I thought, you know what, we need to make this young lady a field educator. So she is a field educator now for KSDE on the math team. So we're very proud and fortunate to have her. And so she is going to come up and talk about technical math.
Thank you. It's great to be here today. I really love a lot of things in life. A couple that come to mind here: I love learning, I love teaching, and I really love math. And sadly, when I introduce myself that way to my students, they all give me this face, like, you're kidding, right? Nobody loves math. And that's really deeply hurtful because math is awesome. And it's kind of embedded in everything we do. But the problem is that the math that we do in real life doesn't always look like the math in our textbooks. And so that's the story of this class. So Mineola High School is a pretty special place, I think, where the administrators and teachers work together and support each other. And so as a young teacher in my second year, I had talked with our counselor, who kind of doubles as the curriculum director because it's a small district, and said, we see this problem, can we fix it somehow? And we talked together about how we could address this, and we went to the principal and said, we think this might be the solution. He said, okay, your outline looks good, let's go for it. I don't know that I would have had the courage to trust me as a second-year teacher, but he did. And here we are. Find the keyboard here. All right. So I know you guys are all familiar with this study from Georgetown University, and the part that gets quoted most often to you is the 69% of jobs in Kansas will require post-secondary education. Everyone very familiar with that? So that's only part of the story, because it's 34% of that are bachelor's degrees and higher. We have a lot of jobs in Kansas that require technical training.
And so we have a lot of kids that lose interest in school in high school, but we desperately need them to keep going long enough to get a certificate, to join our workforce and do the plumbing, the electrician, the truck driving, the computer information systems entry, like some of those things that are so important. Even our basic healthcare fields fall in here. And so this class has the goal of reaching these students that are the ones that are planning to go somewhere but not. They're the ones that say, yeah, I'm willing to learn, but like not in a classroom, if that makes sense. All right, so what we were looking at is we have a great elementary school who sends us very prepared students. And then they get to high school and the students tell us, we're not interested in these classes and we don't really want to come to school. We had an interesting phenomenon where on more than one occasion, a student cut school to go to work. And part of me is like, I'm proud of you for working, but also we need you learning too. And so we really structured our high school to make sure that we were helping students see the connections between what they were learning so that they could enter the workforce at a higher skill level when they graduated. And we also saw problems with students that were in class. They were disruptive because they thought it was boring or not relevant to them. And so we decided we can leverage this interest they have in legitimate work and their future careers and all of the things related to ag and hands-on learning and bring that into a math classroom so that we can combine what they really care about with what we need them to know. And we wanted to do this without lowering any standards. Okay. So here is the first page of the outline for this class. And this is not something I'm going to go into great depth with here, but it's more here for your reference if you want to look at it later. I went ahead and included standard references so you can go and research that if you're interested. And of course, if you have questions for me beyond what you want to ask here, more in-depth questions, Jennifer can give you my contact information as well. So we start out with just reviewing numbers and how they get used in the world. We have these great standards for mathematical practice at the beginning of our standards document, and sadly, they're the standards educators tend to be the least aware of, and yet they're system-wide from when they enter in kindergarten all the way through high school. And these are standards around how do we use tools? How do we use reasoning to start from here and build an argument, get to here? How do we critique others' arguments to see, like, does this actually seem valid? Or do we need to ask a lot of questions about what we're being told? It's also the standards on using our tools like our rulers, protractors, hands-on manipulatives, that kind of thing. And so we start with those standards to make sure that students have really got them and kind of set a standard for the level of critical thinking that we're going to expect through the whole class. How are we going to take what we already know and build on it and do great things? And so from there, we transition into the geometry standards specifically, because this class is replacing the traditional geometry for our 10th graders, which means it has to hit all of those standards for our students. And so we start looking at shapes. And one of the activities we go through here is we just do a scavenger hunt and we go on a walk. And I start pointing at things. What is it? What is it? And then they start pointing at things and telling me what it is. Because it's just they need to acknowledge that the math that they think means nothing to them is actually everywhere around them. And so once we've done that first kind of observing what's around us, we do a lot of constructions. The original Greek math was all discovered with basically a string with a marking tool at the end, and they verified the existence of all of the math they used that way. And so for our hands-on students, we have a few more options to us today, but we go back to some of those same techniques because they really like having their hands on something. And so we do the formal constructions. We also fold paper sometime. I have some straws in my classroom that we cut up into little pieces and attach, whatever it takes so they can do something. And then we have some digital activities where they can kind of move objects around and explore them in a way that you can like look inside a three-dimensional shape, because that's a very hard thing to visualize, even for me as a teacher who's trained for it. And so as we start building those skills, then we start transitioning to let's use the shapes that we've talked about. And we transition into, let's put them on coordinate planes, put them on grids. If you think about like a GPS system, that's essentially what it is. And so we're starting to do some of those calculations based on the shapes. And it's very important that this comes after, because these are the students that claim they hated math. And so you have to give them the reason for it before you try to explain a formula to them, or they're saying, I don't need this, I'll never use it. And we do some great problems here. And some of the questions I ask them are, where would you put a vet clinic if you were going to build one? And it needs to serve these towns. And that's our introduction to here's the midpoint. And then we look at, well, what if you needed to center it between 3 towns? And then we've just brought a triangle into the situation. So it's very deliberate progressions that way, where we try to have some kind of application for every skill we're learning. So then we transition to rigid motions, and the shapes we have, they start moving. And that gives us some opportunities for some discussion around art and architecture, and also some packing problems that are important for things like designing the robotic vacuums. And when I was learning this, I thought we were just moving shapes around for the fun of it. And so as a teacher, I had to teach myself, like, no, it turns out they actually use this stuff. And so then students get an opportunity to kind of explore with that and build their own designs as we go. So up until now, all of our shapes have pretty much stayed the same size. And so then we transition into, let's start scaling things, making them larger and smaller. And this is a great opportunity for more modeling. And so we start converting between units. And we start estimating distances for things that we can't practically measure. We'll go outside and it's like, I'd like to know how tall this tree is. What could you do to help solve that problem? And we do that with some proportions, which is a very familiar skill that they build on all through junior high. And then we transition into trigonometry. And that word alone terrifies so many kids. And then one year, one of my more interesting students yelled at me, why didn't you let us do this at the beginning? This is the easiest thing all year. It's like, okay, never got that comment before. But I guess that means we had a good build up, because now they're able to do what sounds very scary. And really, it's all about, we used proportions and we started making connections between angles and the side lengths. And now we can work with all kinds of triangles. And if you try hard enough, you can find a triangle in everything. And so then to wrap up our year, we take all of our geometry into 3 dimensions, and we do a lot of different application problems that kind of tie all of these standards together and also connect back to algebra. Because when I said that we're not lowering the rigor, I meant that. And so this class has to be hard enough and rigorous enough that if the students decide, I've changed my mind, I'd like to go to a 4-year college after all, they can jump back in and take Algebra 2 and not have missed anything. And so this is the unit where we make those connections back. We bring in some of the things they did in Algebra 1, like, oh, I get it now. This is why we learned this. So I know each of you has a handout in front of you. I just wanted to bring you some examples of some of the projects and problems that we look at. So when we start our unit on proportions and scaling, we do a model house project. And so I've got an example here on the screen of a student's floor plans and another student's house that they built. And let me tell you, there's a lot of math that goes into that. And we have to talk about, well, what is an appropriate scale to make this house fit on a reasonable size piece of paper, but yet give us enough detail that we can then build it later. And then this roof is one that I'm super proud of. Every time you add a new shape to a roof, it adds another trigonometric equation that you have to work with. And so these 2 students decided to work as a group, and they did a roof that's complicated enough that they were having to visualize triangles inside that shape. Because this roof is not just designed to look pretty, it's actually based on Kansas weather. What pitch do we need so our roof drains properly based on the material we're building it out of? And so they had to choose a pitch first. And it's, okay, if I need the exterior to be this, how am I going to build this? I've got to measure where my interior supports would be. And so it was great. All right. As we're going through this, one of the challenges as a teacher is always to decide how much information to tell your students and how much information to have them discover on their own. And the goal is what we call productive struggle. And it's a very hard place to find, because if you don't support students enough, you overwhelm them, and that's not the goal at all. But if you hand feed them too long, then they also don't gain the independence they need to function into adulthood. And so these projects are designed to give students enough information to get started, and then we kind of watch, and sometimes it's, well, this group seems to have made progress in that area, maybe you two groups should talk. And sometimes it's, I need to, as the teacher, step in and maybe have everybody share their knowledge and consolidate that. Maybe I need to give them a little bit of a hint, like a, remember when we talked about, can that help you now? And so these problems are designed to last anywhere from 1 to 3 class periods, and any of them can be whatever length I need. If you look at that first question on animal feed, you'll notice that if for a math question, it surprisingly has absolutely no numbers in it. Okay, by nature of not giving the students any numbers and making it very open-ended, I've made this a 3-day question, because they are going to have to go out and research their own numbers to get started. I've also created a nightmare for myself in terms of grading, because every project is going to be different now, but that's life. Okay, if I start with giving them more numbers, so like your second page, there's a problem on building a fence, I gave them enough numbers there that there's not just one solution, but there's at least a limited number. And depending on the time of year I do this, most of the time they're going to default to rectangular shapes. And if we go with that, then there is one solution that they're going to lead to. And so that question can be done in a single class period. In fact, that was one of 2 questions on their winter final. And when one of the students asked me how long their final was going to be, and I said 2 questions, this kid's known me a couple years, and he just stopped and he stared at me like, how bad are those questions going to be? Yes. And I did not give them very much to work on, but by this time, they were used to problem solving, and they could do it. And I will say that I didn't just come up with that problem on my own. I actually was inspired by talking to our high school PE teacher, whose son had taken this class previously and now uses this math in his life. And one of the stories that that proud parent shared with me was when they went to build a pen and they were trying to figure out how much fencing they needed and what shape to make it. They were talking about it, and his son went, wait a minute, I know this. We did this in technical math. And so it's like, you know what? I need to bring that problem back. Let's look at it. And so that's kind of how we go through the class, is we just work on things that are based on the student interests. And I will say the problems I give change year to year depending on the students in the classroom. A lot of mine, you'll notice, are very agriculture and outdoors based, because that's the population of students I'm working with. It's a lot of farm kids or kids who are interested in mechanics. I'm seeing an increase in auto mechanics, so sometime I've got to learn about how cars work. And I will also say I don't have to be the only expert in the room. When we did the hay bale and bale feeder problem this year, one of my students was the expert for that problem, because he could quote me exactly the number of inches for the diameter of a standard round bale, and had some really great questions based on. I was like, all right, there's your expert. And I just sat at my desk and watched. It was a beautiful day. So these pictures that are on the screen, a couple of them are from our beginning of the year scavenger hunt with kids finding shapes, and then a couple more where they're measuring our school district. So for our spring final, I put it on here as well. It was a parking lot problem. When the high school parking lot needs replaced, I asked them how much they needed to budget for that concrete. And our high school parking lot is not a rectangle. It's a few awkward trapezoids stuck together, which they discovered with the Google Maps pictures and then started labeling distances. And so it took them the entire finals period to come up with an answer, but they did a lot of math to get there. And I did hear some great questions that made me, as a person, very happy, because they said, that seems weird. We need to check that. I was like, yes, let's do it. Because that showed they were thinking. Anyway, with that in mind, what I would say is just the overview here is high quality curriculum is a wonderful thing that everyone should use, but then you have to be able to adapt it to meet the needs of your students, and that is a very localized, specific thing, and this is our way of meeting the needs of this group of students. What questions can I answer for you guys?
Lots of wow going on indeed. Yeah. That was well said. Wonderful presentation. You're a great presenter.
Yes. Thank you.
and you are changing students' lives. Like, I can only imagine, just the change that you have made for these kids. So my question for you is this. When you think about how they are when they're coming into your class, as they leave at the end of the semester, end of the year, how many of these kids are going to say, I'm not a math person?
That's a good question. Fewer will say that when they leave than when they come in. But I think what's even more impactful is a few years down the road when they've tried for that first job. The kids that have gone through this class are the ones that come back and tell me, it turns out I actually did need to know what you were teaching me. Mm-hmm. So I mentioned the one student who works kind of in an agriculture setting who had used those skills. I had a student who actually helped wire our new school when it was built just this last year, who had been through this class. And he said most of the guys, like, they have to have the boss check their numbers. But I don't. I check his numbers. It's like, that is awesome. And then one of my students that, I'll be honest, I'm not sure that we were all convinced he was going to make it through high school because he really didn't want to be there. He was back for one of his younger siblings' events, and he brought a screenshot of his work to show me and said, here's the math I do. I just wanted you to know that it actually was valuable. And I felt like beating my head against a wall with that student on a regular basis. So to me, that's the kind of feedback that's the most meaningful.
Yes. Wow. Again, I just keep wowing. Okay, Dennis?
Well, I wished I would have been in your math class because I still can't figure out how to
build a fence.
Create a roof pitch, but I know you do. And so anyway, I thank you for just innovation. I we talk about good instruction with, I guess it's pedagogy with great materials and stuff, and you created a lot of this, and I think that's what the kids pick up on. Mm-hmm. And so yeah, I think you should be teaching teachers. I think that's what we hired.
Just kind of is, right?
Yeah. Okay, I get it.
I think that's part of that role now.
Yeah. I understand exactly why.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So what year of teaching did you just finish?
I just finished my 7th year.
7th year. And we did meet in Mineola, right?
Yes.
I'm sure that I met you. Yes. Jim?
Well, thank you. I really have a question. I was one of those people that didn't like math, and I've had so many kids tell me I don't like math because I've always criticized it because it's taught in the abstract. You didn't understand why. You need to market that.
Yeah.
You need to market, and you need to sell it, and you need to open it. And when you do your IPO, I need to be able to invest. This is just great because I would have loved math if I understood its purpose, not in the abstract.
Yeah, 100%.
And I will just say, as a teacher, it's very, very difficult when you're starting out, and even after a while, to see all of those connections. And in some ways, I benefit by being the only teacher in my district, and I teach these kids for multiple years, which means I also teach multiple math content areas. I was forced to understand those connections. And then I went kind of down a rabbit hole and learned some of the deeper things. My principal thinks it's kind of funny, but he held the door for me when I carried in my stack of old math books that I bought off of Facebook Marketplace, because I'm constantly going through old books looking for application problems that I can use both for this and for my other classes. Because it's not that the new books have bad applications. That's not that at all. It's just I need a variety sometimes to really meet the interests of the students I'm involved with. And agriculture was more of a traditional historic thing. And so for me, those are very meaningful.
What's your enrollment at the district? I meant to ask Santa Fe and I forgot.
I think the district is about at 250.
I knew it was small, but I couldn't remember. Okay. Yeah. That's why I love small schools. Debbie. She's on virtually.
Madam Chair, I really enjoyed your presentation. And in the world of old books, my husband's been telling me to clean up books and stuff. But the curriculum I use for my kids followed exactly what you're talking about. I use Making Math Meaningful, and it was giving that look at the real world example of math and then applying the math to it or deriving the math for it. And one that stood out to me was, I believe it was my daughter's 7th grade, because I found out it was earlier than I think the schools normally do it. But the St. Louis Arch, we learned how to derive the quadratic equation off the St. Louis Arch, and just kind of, or an upside down necklace, so things like that. So it was just kind of fun listening to you kind of go down the same concept of road. I'm a math lover too, so anyway, thank you.
So good. Mineola is lucky to have you, that's for sure. And good job stacking her. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying, making the drive, all the things you've done to be here. This was just powerful. And we are really sitting in quality instruction and materials. So this is just so perfect to help us see the bigger picture and understand there are so many ways that looks in every district, in every classroom, because your students are different. And I really applaud you for recognizing that and finding those ways to teach them. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
We celebrate you. Okay, well, we're just gonna keep barreling through here. So we're gonna jump real quick into our consent items that were pulled. So I've got to remind myself what we're doing here. So Dennis, you had pulled the 21st Century Community Learning Centers funding pieces. Did you have just a comment you wanted to make before we vote? Is that what I understood?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote yes because of the need of families and not because of the idea behind it, whatever. I'm convinced that there are families that need this because they don't have any other options. But the whole idea of having things that separate families, or that kids are leaving the home to go get something they should get at home, that's all the comment I wanted to make. And it kind of came around because of the Sunflower Project that we initiated a couple years ago. That was very successful. And that put families together for the summer. So that's my whole issue. And I understand that this is like a relief valve, you might say, for a very needy family that needs support. So I'll vote yes, but I wanted you to know that I'm ambivalent about it.
Okay. Then we will, so we can put them together, right? H and I. So I would take a motion to approve the new funding and then the renewal of funding. Melanie, second. Jim, all in favor? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, if I'm seeing right. Okay, opposed? Present, not. And where was Debbie? I'm sorry, completely. Debbie was opposed? And Connie's present, not voting? Okay, so 811. I can count to 10. Thank you, Bert. Okay, the next one was Debbie. So you, again, I was like, was there a comment you needed to make? I think I understood maybe.
No. I pulled them and asked if we could separate out.
That's right.
Item L. So it's the ACERI one that I would like separated out. That it's they're a company in good standing in Kansas, so I wanted to separate them out. But what I wanted to point out is that to give you an idea how much homework I've done on this, this is all the homework I've done on it. It just kind of caught my attention because it is so much money. I don't even know. So, and Dr. Steele and I had a great conversation last week about it. There were things he didn't know the answer to, things he was still looking for the answer to for me. I haven't gotten the answers to all the questions that I had, including like what was the original approved amount. Right now, we're looking at an extra $550,000, and the contract is only 2.5 years into its 4.5-year period. Some of the information that Dr. Still gave me more questions, but apparently like in 2025, we had 111 complaints. And so far this year, and I'm trying to remember the numbers, Dr. Still, if you can help me if I've gotten them wrong. I think it's 111 in 2025 and then 167 or somewhere in that neighborhood so far for 2026. So we're having this explosion of complaints. And I just think that this is really complex. And so what I wanted to do on items 3K and L, sans ACERI, was to move to delay actions on those items until next month to allow me to get the rest of my information, and maybe Dr. Still to get more information on this too, and see what maybe other options we have. 5 of the 6 companies are out of state. Maybe they could be local. And and the other things I've noticed is that, and I think I'm accurate on this, I do believe any companies, and you know, Mr. Ferguson can answer this, any companies doing business in Kansas, I think are supposed to be filed in the state of Kansas as active in good standing to do business here. And the only one that was filed in Kansas was that ACERI. And then I do believe also investigative work is subject to licensure, much like teaching. And those are on the Attorney General's office. And we have like 380 investigators that are licensed in Kansas. And not one of these is licensed in Kansas as an approved investigator. And they're dealing with very private information. These are formal complaints. I just think there's just so much that I kind of uncovered, and I tried to get all my answers before the meeting. It was just not physically possible for me to do. And like I said, it's all here. So that's what my motion would be, to delay 3K and 3L sans ACERI. And I had a separate motion for ACERIs to basically approve them for its portion, 50,000. Subject to it getting licensed as an investigator in Kansas. That would be it.
Okay. So there is a motion on the table to delay the vote on these 2 items. I don't know about pulling out the ones. I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
It would be a motion.
But I have a motion that I need to see if we get a second. Right. So do I have a second to do that? Okay, Connie's give us a second. Right, do we want to discuss that motion anymore before we take a vote? So she's wanting to delay the vote and then, but pull out one particular contract or to approve.
Yeah, we'll leave Dr. Still with somebody.
I didn't hear what you said.
So, say that again, Debbie.
Oh, I just said I wanted to leave Dr. Still with somebody if I could.
Yeah. And the one that you're saying is ACERI because it's Kansas-based, is that correct?
They're a Kansas-based company, so they are active in good standing in Kansas that I found online. They do not have licensure, though, to do investigative work. So I do think that they need to get that in order.
Just a second. So with the motion on the table has been seconded, do you have a question about what the motion is before we take a vote? Because she's at, okay, so what's the question?
My question is more around,
Right, that's why I kind of want to deal with, do we want to delay this?
I don't want to
that's the
vote on
motion.
it, yeah,
Okay.
until we understand what we're voting on, because I'm already taking some issue with what license is required for, I don't think that we're talking about the same things here.
Okay, so Mr. Dempsey, if you would help us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioner, members of the board. I'm happy to try. I've been in front of you before on this issue.
Yes,
it goes through a procurement process through the Department of Administration. We have requirements that are set up, and all of these organizations meet the requirements. ACERI, we call it SERI. I don't know what it means, but that's the company. They are based in Kansas. Normally, these Most of the companies do investigations not only in one state but across the country. And they just have to meet our requirements, which is 10 years background in special education. Most of them are former administrators. They tend to be out-of-state providers because if you look at the in-state providers, they would be former special education directors in LEAs. They would be former school psychs in the LEAs. And to the commissioner's point this morning, most of them want to be in the support bucket and not in the compliance bucket with their friends. So these are colleagues, and so they tend to go to other states to do investigations, so they don't have to be that, and they can stay here and do support within Kansas. So that's why you see, Member Potter, some of the out-of-state investigators, and they do investigations in other states. So we've worked with the Department of Administration through the procurement process to have these vendors.
Okay, so it's been through that entire, as we continue to hear about, the entire Department of Administration processing, all the checks and balances that they have in play.
Yep, tax clearances. Yep.
So we're saying they're not active investigators? Because that's what's in the motion is it says investigate.
They're special
To
education.
investigate.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
They're special education investigators. We don't require that to be licensed private investigators.
Mark?
Okay.
Madam Chair, one question that typically is asked by a board member when a motion to delay is what would be the impact of delaying? And so I didn't hear that come up. I think
thank
it'd
you
be
for
a
that.
pertinent question if there's any issue with not approving or not moving forward on this month's agenda.
Thank you. The impact is the ability of us to provide the investigations. Remember, this is a parent right to file a formal complaint or for dispute resolution. And then we are required to assign that. We can't delay it because we don't have the funds to pay an investigator. We're out of funds and we're starting the new contract in July and we're low already on that to start that. So that's why we've asked for the increase. These are hourly rates. There's no minimum guarantee. If everybody recalls, we only pay what's used. So if the complaints come down and we don't use the funds, they go back into our set-aside budget. These are all federal funds.
Right, right. To do.
As I understand it, you've already used the initial funds, correct? That's why we're asking for additional.
For a SERI on the one, and then, on the current contracts for a SERI and for PRISM, yes.
Because the contract started in January of 2024. And they're not going to end until the end of 2028. So like if they run out of money again, we'll be asking for, so I still don't even know the initial amounts we paid them. And, now we're going to add $550,000.
But the point is, by law, by federal law, this must happen because these are parental rights that we're talking about. And this has been through, and this has been through an entire agency's procurement process, which we are required to do for every contract that we're doing. So this isn't KSDE doing this on their own, and this is all meeting all the federal requirements that are required. What the dollars are always a guess because you don't know what's coming at you when you're building out a contract. So here we are, and we have to make sure these services continue.
Right.
What I am going to push back on is these contractors are all private investigators.
They are special education
investigators. One is a lawyer.
They are special education investigators.
No, they are professional private investigators. Their companies are. That's what they are. If you look at their websites, the private, well, at least PRISM for sure is. We thought, I kind of was joking with Dr. Steele, maybe we can get 50% discount on that one. But
in either case,
they're JQ Investigations and Consulting. These are private investigators. So I'm not comfortable.
Your motion's
with
on the
this
table.
Also,
your motion's on the table. It's been seconded. I think everybody understands what the motion is for. So who is in favor of delaying the vote minus the ASERI contract? I'm calling for a vote. Are you in favor of delaying delaying this contract process? So I have two up there. Okay. All opposed? That would be 7. And present, not voting, 1. 271. That motion has failed. Now I will take a motion to approve. Melanie? Betty? All in favor? What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? 1, 2, 3. 7-3 vote. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. I think we're probably up against a break. A little. Where am I at? Yes, let's go ahead. And if you need, is everybody ready for a break? Do you need a break? Yes, 10-minute break. Okay, we are back. So we are on item 12 on our agenda. And Deputy Commissioner Harwood, thanks for coming back.
Happy to be here. I have one more today after this too, so I'll be back again. And Madam Chair, if I would, I'd like to remind Member Porter that applied math is called science. And as a former chemistry and physics teacher, I'd be happy to explain to you how all of the other disciplines are there to support science. But if you want to have an application of math, that's called science. Engineering also fits in there a little bit.
Yes.
All right, so today we're talking about the adult alternative education waiver that we want, that Orion is wanting to do with the districts that they are working with. So just as a reminder, what we're asking you to approve is that those districts whose boards of education opt into this can work with Orion for this. And again, what we're trying to do is look at a hybrid of adult education that would be partially in person, partially online. And the reason that we need the waiver to do that is adult education is broken into in person and credit completion without a virtual component. That stops at 19. So those are the things we talked about last week, and we're happy to. Jill Lockemeyer is here as well if you have questions, but otherwise we're just asking for approval. And then what we would do is we'll let you know later how many districts actually opted into it. And then we talked about this is a 2-year with the opportunity for a extension based on what changes with the law. And Ms. Lockemeyer said that she'd be happy to come back and do a presentation about how things are going.
Yes, that would be important. Okay, Dennis.
There, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Dr. Frank, is this an age, are we helping people that have passed a certain age group and stuff, and so opening the field up a little more, is that part of this?
Yeah, these students have to be adults, so this only applies if they're 20 and over, because if you're 19 and under, you can be part-time virtual, part-time in person, but once you get to be 20, you can't do that. The other part would be is that you are only eligible to do, so this means your cohort has graduated and you have not, because if you've already graduated, you're not eligible for this because it's diploma completion. And again, just as a reminder that GED is under KBOR, that's adult education. In this situation, they are earning a high school diploma. They are completing those out. We talked about that each person comes in at a very different place, just been how many credits was I deficient when my class graduated? So,
okay, yeah, that helps a lot. Because if there's an adult that has maybe been in the work field and then figures out, hey, I need to go back to base one and get on a path to get a bachelor's or something like that. This would help that.
This is high school.
Adult.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So then they can get their diploma.
And right. That's actually exactly what the hybrid is for most of these adults are working and have obligations. And so having them be in person all the time is a hindrance to them moving, but they're also in a situation where they need more support than just being virtual can provide. So that's where we're looking to kind of fill that gap for just that kind of person that can't commit to being 30 hours a week coming in person. So that's exactly what we're trying to work with.
Absolutely. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Help me remember, is this state funded or how is it funded?
So it is state funded. So there is a per pupil allocation based on the time, so FTE. So if you're half-time, you get half of the per pupil allocation. So yes, that is correct.
And is that the same money that we see, like?
It is. So the base is the same. The adults are not eligible for all of the weightings that a K-12, an under 19 would be available, but the base is the same number, yes.
Okay, great. Betty?
If you're ready to receive the motion.
I am. Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the waiver applications for school districts whose school boards approve partnership with Orion for adult alternative education pilot for the 2026-2027 and 2027-28 school years as presented.
Do I have a second? Jim? Any other discussion? Everybody good? Okay, all in favor? Okay, looks like we have 8. I think we have 1 absent, opposed, present not voting. So 801 with Board Member Potter absent at the moment. Thank you. Thank you. We're looking forward to hearing how that goes. I think it'll be great. Okay, up next is Miss Catherine. Hello. I keep calling you by your first name because I keep messing up your last name. I'm so sorry.
I'll make it go. There we go. That's okay. Thank you all very much, Madam Chair, Commissioner, Vice Chair, members of the board, for letting me come back before you today. I have a couple of items for you. So first, without presentation, I have action items from last month. Have the agriculture standards for preparation with the edit that you recommended to the indicator under Standard 1 for post-secondary success. The speech theater standards for teacher preparation. And then the Evaluation Review Committee recommendations from the ERC's March meeting. So those were a continuing program for Pitt State and 2 proposed new programs for Wichita State. One, a combined early childhood unified and elementary unified program, and the other, a visually impaired program.
Okay.
Do you all have questions about any of those?
Guys have anything from last month? I thought we had a great discussion and presentation. And it is on here as one motion, so if you're good with that, or we can separate it if you prefer. But Jim?
Are you ready for that motion?
I am, sir.
I move the Kansas State Board of Education approve the new educator program, preparation program standards for agriculture 612, speech theater education 612, and accept the recommendations of the Evaluation Review Committee for Educator Preparation Program approval for Pittsburgh State University and Wichita State University.
Okay, and our second, Betty? All in favor? I think we have a 9-0 with absent Board Member Potter.
Wish we could have been more rough on you.
That's okay. I'm going to give you another chance.
Okay.
I'm going to beg for help making the PowerPoint go because I can't find it on here.
It's probably, oh yeah, because the screen's kind of funky. Okay, so next is the receive item for some other higher ed standards.
Yes, and I think Shane wanted to talk about the math standards before I introduced our speaker.
Great. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Commissioner Steele. Yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick update of the history of these math standards because it started way before me, when I previously worked at the agency, splitting the math standards into 2 options for licensing, kind of started roughly around 2012, 2013, and then finally we're coming to fruition today, well, as a receive item and hopefully an action item in the future. So one, excited that we finally got this through all the processes. We couldn't really start the process until regulations were approved on around March 17th of 2023. Then that general math endorsement became official in regulation so we could start building the standards. And then that took time. And I just wanted to call attention to that team that worked on this because this was hard. This is difficult work because they were tasked with how do we split up our current math standards and ensure that we have the amount of training for those individuals and find the right split of where the advanced endorsement carries over to that general and find that break. So very tough. So I just wanted to thank that team because it was very difficult. They worked really hard for a really long time. And, very, very ecstatic once again with the standards that they're bringing before you today. And just wanted to give you a little bit of background about that.
Thank you. Thank you. We want to always have a shout out to the hard-working folks because the teams go through a lot. Voluntarily, I might say.
Yeah. So I think I will spare you the long drawn out about the program standards, that they're different from the accreditation standards, and jump right to the good part, which is introducing Dr. Aubrey Niehaus, who was chair of the Math Standards Committee, to tell you about the work they did to sculpt this third path.
Okay.
And update the other 2.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome.
The down arrow. Okay.
Very good. Okay, let's see. So we did have a really great committee that I chaired, and they were across a number of higher education across the state. So we had some rural universities involved. We also had PK-12 involved as well, and lots of stakeholder agreement. And we each, throughout the process, also went back to our own spheres, asked questions, took that feedback back. So even before the public comment, we worked really hard to make sure that we were thinking about all the different demographics that were going to be handling this. So I want to just highlight that from the committee list at the bottom. Oh, and that's my first bullet point. The second thing we did, as I'm sure you know, as the Board of Education, was to look at what had happened in the previous, at that point, about 10 years. Now it's been like 12 because we've been working for about 2 or 3 years on this. Just what had happened in research that needed to be updated, other disciplinary needs, and then also, of course, to create that third licensure pathway. We also reorganized and reordered the standards. Part of this was just to kind of keep a better flow. Things were a little bit scattered and we wanted to have a nice way to read it. And then we also just updated some language. Different things needed to be brought together to make them more concise. You have the documents to give you kind of a reminder. Standards 2 through 8 are the same across all 3 licensure pathways. Standard 1 is the only one that varies, and really what they vary, and Standard 1 I should say as well, is the mathematics content standard. Everything else, even mathematical practices, which is in Standard 2, those things are consistent because it's about how you engage with the mathematics, not necessarily the content itself. So it's just Standard 1 that varies across these 3 licenses, and it is in the areas of calculus, discrete mathematics, geometry, trigonometry, and algebra. Okay, so I will just kind of give you, I'll put this text up there so folks can see it, but this is Standard 1 for Math 5.8, and you can see that we have, essentially what we do is we talk about, and I might just move this on my screen so that I can see the text. Yeah, okay, very good. Okay. You can see that we talk about things like basic concepts of calculus, basic concepts of discrete mathematics. Trigonometry is just right triangle trigonometry, statistics, probability, geometry. These are all just kind of left at that level. So this is where we're starting from. If you want to think about it kind of as this is the baseline, and then the additional licensure pathways that go beyond 8th grade require more mathematics. Wrong button. Oh, no, I've ruined everything because I used the screen again. Yep, okay, there we go. Okay, so now you can see if we look at our general mathematics. Now, this is the one that we created new. So we kind of said we had 5.8, we had 6.12, and the existing 6.12 became our blueprint for advanced because teachers who were previously licensed under that licensure could teach any mathematics course in high school. So what we needed was to kind of find this middle pathway that would satisfy 5.8 as well as some high school. What we thought about, and I want to just talk a little bit about this process because especially our PK-12 partners on our committee were particularly helpful because they really gave us a lot of insights into what is the workforce need, what are the classes that are not getting filled with teachers who are licensed, as well as where they see the dividing line and what they would want to see from the teachers in terms of background knowledge and things like that. So they were extremely helpful in kind of thinking about what more beyond the middle level endorsement did they need, but didn't need to rise to the level of the advanced. So you can see that we have, for example, non-Euclidean geometry. For those of us who might not remember what that means and or never learned what that means, it means geometry that is not on the plane. So for example, spherical, when you think about the Earth and you think about geometry that happens in something that's not as flat as we think it is, something like that. Right triangle and unit circle trigonometry, so you can see that goes beyond the right triangle trig from the 5.8. And then still the basic concepts of calculus and basic concepts of discrete mathematics. So we've strengthened some of these pieces here, particularly the ones that are going to support teachers in thinking about Algebra 1, geometry, and Algebra 2. So then our advanced mathematics licensure pathway, we did not add new mathematics content to this area. We did expand out the description of algebra. We said specifically we wanted linear and abstract concepts. This is particularly because when you get into that abstract algebra type coursework, you start to think more abstractly, more theoretically about how things like number and operation works, not just with our systems, but how they work in general. Again, you see the non-Euclidean geometry, so that's the same. Right triangle and unit circle trigonometry stays the same, and then we don't limit the calculus and discrete mathematics to the basic concepts. So we want them to really see what those things are. Those are usually a proxy for proof-based mathematics, if I'm perfectly honest with you. But that's not what we put in here, because that's not necessary. Okay, any questions on standard 1 before I go into the other?
I do want to ask you, because I don't know that I've seen that term, discrete mathematics.
You want me to explain discrete mathematics?
I mean...
Okay, so discrete mathematics, okay, how can I explain it? There are different ways to do discrete mathematics. Some discrete mathematics are fun kind of puzzles, like for example, if I set up 5 different nodes, how many different pathways can I make between those nodes? Okay, so you can think about pathways, you can think about it's kind of something that works with geometry and things like that. That's an introductory discrete. So that's something that you could see very much a teacher who wanted to spend a lot of time in middle or high school, earlier high school, doing that. Many universities' math departments use further discrete as the space where they go deep with proof. I will be honest, I did not take those courses when I did my mathematics degree, so I'm not super familiar with that. That being said, there are different levels to discrete, and sometimes discrete is actually a really great area of mathematics for play and for kind of encountering puzzles. So that's why we wanted to kind of pull that out and make that explicit, that we weren't necessarily expecting middle school teachers to be doing discrete math proof. We were expecting them to do the kind of the basic, the introductory topics. And if you look at the functions of the standards, we gave those explications as well, which to some of us may not be super informative, but that's where our mathematician higher ed folks were super helpful, because they were able to say, okay, we mean this theorem and that theorem, and we don't mean this type of topic and that type of topic. So we tried to create something that was readable for all of the different stakeholders who need this. However, give the information where it could be useful for those who needed those kind of precise things that were building out courses or licensure path or program pathways for licensure.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Any other questions on standard 1 before I go further?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the rest of the standards, well, actually, let me say this as well, too. So this is mostly just that we moved things around. We wanted to front load the one that was going to be different. This is part of why standard 1 is now the math content. It was standard 3 previously. Let's see, moved to standard 1 from standard 4. Yeah, and the previous standard 1 is now our standard, or maybe I said that backwards. Previous standard 1 is now standard 4. This was standard 3, now it's standard 1. Okay. We wanted that difference to be kind of foregrounded for folks who were looking at the document instead of having to dig for it. And then in addition to that, and this is kind of blocking again, but I'll scoot it around here, see where we can find a good spot for it. We looked at research. We also looked at a number of professional organizations that many of us belong to or follow, like the National Council for Teachers of Mathematics, NCTM. They're huge. They bring a lot of research. They publish one of the flagship journals in mathematics education, so they are really great for looking at what they have kind of updated. I know they've often been a blueprint in the past for these standards. We also looked at the Association of Math Teacher Educators. That's people like me who work at university level or do professional development. So people who are working with teachers and their teacher education. They had put out, I think in 2018, a standards document that was kind of aspirational, but to kind of say, like, here's what we as teacher educators think. So we looked at those. We've also looked at InTask. We looked at some of the other teacher ed things as well, because we wanted to make sure that this was going to map nicely for all the different accreditation needs. Some of our members are wonderful higher ed faculty who have served on review committees a number of times, and we're able to really encourage that and help us keep that tight, so that as a program chair myself for my own at WSU, this would make it all of our lives easier as we continue to move forward. So that was part of that last bullet there.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So Math Standard 2 is mathematical practices. This one's really about the way that students, meaning prospective teachers, but also how they think about their students, are going to engage with the mathematics. So thinking, not just thinking about it as cookbook math, but thinking about engaging in problem solving, reasoning, communication, all of these kinds of things. This, we kind of kept portions of it. I'll move this again, sorry. I'm just gonna be constantly moving this. We moved portions to different places. We found that we needed to kind of move things around a little bit, but essentially this was the mathematical processes standard, and it's yeah, and it's updated in terms of all of that. Nope. Yep. Okay, and then let's see, standard 3, history and context of mathematics. This one is initially what we had, so this one's actually newish. What we did was, in the past, when you looked at standard 1, all of the history of mathematics was buried in there. So it would say algebra, also they should know the history of algebra. Geometry, also they should know the history of geometry. We wanted to pull that out because we wanted to kind of make it more of a contextual factor, understanding you know, where math comes from, how it operates in our society, what are some of these historical pieces, things like that. So this was a little bit of a couple of different standards that we pulled together, and we really wanted to foreground that history as well. I think my students in particular love the history of mathematics course that we have at WSU. It gives them a chance to kind of see the evolution and the growth, especially across different cultures and societies. And then again, kind of looked at other national professional organizations and said, hey, you know, what do we need to do to kind of keep up with everybody else and keep Kansas competitive with other teacher ed programs and whatnot. Then standard 4, we get into planning, which is very common for teachers. This is our kind of our planning standard. Thinking a little bit, some of this does have some nuance about things like understanding multiple representations and things like that, giving students opportunities to grapple with it and all of that, but it is similar to kind of your more generalized standards about planning. And this one as well, I will say, in prior standards documents, we pulled some things from standards 1, 2, and 5. So there were a few things that we felt like needed to be brought together and kind of tightened up in this way. Standard 5 is about content pedagogy. So this one we really go into the mathematics and thinking about how do you teach math specifically. So not just how do you plan to teach, but what kinds of tools in terms of context or technology, things like that. Let's see, and I think that was maybe the one standard that stayed where it lived before, which is fun. Okay, 6 is a new standard. This one was about assessing, and part of the reason this one's new is because much like that planning, it was like planning and assessment kind of smashed together before. So much has happened in assessment in the past 10 years. The idea of balanced assessment, again, our PK-12 partners on the committee were wonderful, so this is part of what we did here, and then again to update it to make sure that we were kind of keeping up with what had happened in assessment in the past decade. Standard 7, again, this is one where we kind of have a new standard. We didn't have a standard in the past about field experiences. Part of discussion that came out for us from the committee between more rural teacher preparation institutions and more urban ones was thinking about what kinds of requirements do we need for different contexts and that kind of thing, and who could kind of oversee that kind of field experience, who could be the supervisor. So we had some really rich dialogue, and we wanted to make sure we kind of put this down. We did, I think what we said was we left, this is kind of maybe slightly important language, but we said something like candidates experience a full-time clinical practice with an experienced secondary mathematics cooperating teacher and supervised by higher education faculty with secondary mathematics teaching experience or equivalent knowledge base. So we gave a little bit of space there for interpretation, but we wanted to kind of put a stake down to say this is kind of what it should be optimally. I'm gonna have to click this again. And then the last standard is professionalism. This is one that we've
seen other places. It's a new standard, but again, it was something that had kind of been peppered different places and has been pulled out in some of the other standards documents that we drew from. And, even like our KEEP that we use, which is the Kansas Educator Evaluation Protocol, the observation, there's a whole section on professionalism. So we've seen since the previous standards, professionalism has become an important piece. And so we wanted to have a standard that kind of mapped nicely to that, whereas before some of the KEEP items, they were kind of hanging out all wherever. So that was where that is. Okay. So that is kind of my quick overview. What questions do you have for me?
Dennis?
I'm sorry, I'm full of questions and my head is not able to take all this in. Because math, I mean, it's always intrigued me, but I never really understood a lot about, I'm just kind of like some of the students that are, would go into math class and why am I here, you know? Hey, first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to, she had me come to her class at WSU last fall. That was a fun evening. I hadn't been on WSU campus for a while. I had a hard time finding the class, but it was interactive, and that's what I appreciated. You really interacted well with your students, and it was a really fun evening. I guess I got an email from a concerned person that seems to love math. So I'm kind of going over my head here, but some of the questions, and this is kind of for Catherine too, and ask about the accreditation or the groups that look at standards and stuff, and and compare states and stuff. And one is the National Council on Teacher Quality Standards, and then what Kansas owns, I guess, is our own program that we developed. Is that correct? Kansas math program?
Project, yes.
Project.
Yes, that's but that's training for teachers that are already teaching.
That are already teaching.
This is pre-service.
Right.
I don't know that one.
I guess I just want you to, if you can, help me understand. There's some websites here that I haven't accessed. I did access one, and it did give sort of evaluation of where we are in Kansas, which was interesting for me, but I need to dig deeper on that.
Okay.
So can you just give a little quick overview, if you can, about who's watching us and how are we being evaluated from the outside, 10,000 feet?
I think everyone's watching us. NCTQ in particular, I know they focus on syllabus analysis. So it's a little different approach than the peer reviews that we do in-state. And I think that relationship can sometimes be rocky. Just how you're choosing to measure things and define them. With each individual program review, I reach out to the math instructors in this state, and it is it's a peer review by folks that are next door down the highway doing the same job. So that's probably not quite the detail that you want, but
I didn't understand his question, so I'm kind of stuck too.
Since this is a receive item,
yes.
I mean, we have some time.
Yes.
And I can share this with the other board members. But this just got my attention because I didn't know there was so much out there and I know we're kind of on the front edge of trying to get math scores up and stuff, and we're kind of like, this is kind of the letters part of, literacy, that we're trying to, make the standards a little, maybe define them better, and also get, classroom, the actual action in classrooms to engage the kids better. And it's kind of ironic that we just had a great teacher in front of us. Yeah. So fantastic. I just want you to be aware that there's people watching us, and I need to dig too, because this is foreign, territory for me, but sure appreciate the effort.
Absolutely.
And I can say too, Dennis, not people who are watching us, but the other direction, who were watching and kind of saying what's happening. That was a big part for us. We did not just kind of sit down as a team of 10 or however many people showed up to that month's meeting and say, okay, what do you think should be taught? We are all coming from organizations that we're a part of that are national professional organizations that publish journals, meaning research on
on math education. Also, we're going to conferences and we're presenting our own research, but we're sitting in other people's research presentations on how to teach teachers mathematics. Not teach teachers mathematics, teach math teachers. So, there's a whole field and there's a whole ecosystem of research and of people who are working together to kind of define what we should be doing, or to say, like, we know from research that this is true about how to prepare math teachers well. And that's some of those documents that we pointed to. They came from our professional organizations that represent thousands across our country. And even, like, I think NCTM has a number of affiliates that are in other countries as well. So we're not just US focused. And I know AMTE, we have a number of colleagues who come down from Canada. So we're getting a lot of different eyes and a lot of different perspectives to help us think about what's best or what's most research-based and evidence-based. So also, honestly, any of those websites, I'd love to help you sort through them. So forward me that email. I'd love to. I'm happy to. Yeah.
Okay. Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question relates more so to post-graduation assessments and licensure.
Yeah, great question.
Okay, so these courses, I'm sure they're preparing them to do well on those so they can be licensed. If they complete the requirements for the basic level, is that all they'll have on their license? Okay, and if they complete for the advanced level,
I know the answer
will
to
they
this,
have
but
all
I know
three?
Shane's
Okay.
more, he can say more than I can.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Dr. New, what'll end up happening, there will be a couple of different options for licensure. So for the advanced, it'll have its specific assessment, which is our current math exam, and that person would become licensed with advanced 6 to 12. So they can do all math from grade 6 to 12. Let's say you have an individual that completes a program that's aligned to the standards for the general mathematics. They'll have a separate test. So this is going to be something else that I'll bring to the board as far as what that test looks like. And just so you know, the recommendation from the team is that we take the current math test and just drop the score one standard error measure below to adjust for the general math. So pretty, same type of assessment, just a little lower score, because you would anticipate that those higher level mathematical concepts are what would change. But bottom line, the individual would have that option to do the 6 to 12 general. And if they have that particular endorsement, then it would kind of basically allow them to teach 6 to 12 up to like Algebra 2. So that would be kind of that cutoff that's in there. Did that help?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'll just say to you, Member New, as a program chair for WSU, my intention is to encourage students to test up or to program up, but then have this as a fallback. I know that was something that came up a lot in the public comments. People were worried about us watering down, and I just want to kind of, if that's a specter, I wanted to just address it. I think most program chairs want their students to be teaching as much as they're able to, or to be as flexible as possible. And so this is more of something that'll give us a fallback or help when the tests. And I will say too, the praxis that we use, a lot of times they struggle because they did all the math early and they haven't done calculus in 2 or 3 years. And so they're like, oh gosh, now I got to dig this up. And so it's not that they don't know it, it's this, they're rusty. So yeah, absolutely.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm struggling with this one a little bit because I want to ask good questions, but I need some more time to figure out what they are. This is a lot to process.
Absolutely.
My question might be for you. Maybe this is about a broader conversation about math, because I'm involved in a couple of other math groups. The math wars are a thing. So maybe this is something that the board needs to take up in a bigger way just to better understand it. I guess as I come up with my questions, do I just reach out to you directly?
So first of all, yes, please. And also, I am teaching that same class that Dennis came to again this fall. It's called Math for High School Teachers. And we just literally, I like to say that it's the class where you know how to get the answer, but now you figure out why it works the way it does. Okay. And so it's really fun. And it's one of those where you'll be like, oh man, my brain just, okay. So I will send out the invitation to you all when it's time and for the fall. But that being said, yes, please absolutely reach out. And I will say this too, because I'm familiar with math wars, being a professor of math education. This document doesn't actually address that, because what this is about is me teaching my teachers, my prospective teachers, about the research that exists and about how to teach. It's not about dictating to them what they're going to teach and how they're going to teach. I might lay out for them lots of models, but this doesn't even get into those models. It kind of just says you need to know how to plan a unit, and you need to know multiple ways to teach. And so this is very broad, and I think that it leaves room for lots of interpretation, but I don't think that this takes a stand on the math wars one way or the other, to be perfectly honest with you.
So maybe you just found my question. How do we as a board know that if we approve this, the teachers coming out of this program are doing it in an effective manner? I was going to say the right way, but how do we know that they're effective teachers?
So I would say that we leaned heavily, again, on these professional standards documents that looked at research and looked across them. So I think that that's really, it's looking at what we know is the best way, or the best, how can I say this? The best way for students to learn and for all students to learn. So I think that's where it's coming from. I will say too, the organizations that we used were not in conflict with each other. They didn't. It wasn't the kind of thing where we had to have we're going to pick a side here. They definitely complemented one another in different areas. But I think that it's something to consider. How can I say this? I don't think approving this puts you on one side or the other, but I do think that this is based in what the experts say is the best way, and have argued with each other a lot about it, and then come to consensus, if that makes sense. So that's what I would say.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I may add that the chocolate chip cookies are wonderful in her. So during the break, in the class.
So this is your advertisement to you should come, because
Well,
the
she just
chocolate chip
invited
cookies
everybody to come.
I don't even remember if it was my chocolate chip cookies. It might have been one of my students who brought them.
Well,
I think
they were
so.
fantastic.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
It's a good
Thank
cohort.
you very
Yes,
much.
absolutely.
Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the hard work with your committee. How large was your committee?
I have to go back and look.
I believe we had 3 folks from P12 and 6 from higher ed. We may have had a little shuffling as people have to drop off because of life.
Because it takes a long time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
all
so
that.
much, madam.
Appreciate it. And then you still have something for us.
I have one more thing.
Okay.
I promise to talk fast, and then you will be rid of me for
A
the month. And then you'll be stuck with me again. So just a reminder, the higher ed accreditation process is very similar to the program review process, but has basically an additional back and forth. So the university writes up how they meet the accreditation standards, standard by standard. The team reviews that and provides a formative feedback report. We understand this part, we don't understand this other part. This is the more stuff we need. The college then provides an addendum. Here's an answer to this, here's more evidence about that. Then the team interviews folks from the college, from the education department, from admissions, if they work with admissions, institutional research, interviews current candidates, current student teachers, graduates, P12 partners, everybody they can get to come to an online interview. The team writes a final report. The university gets a chance to reply to that. And then I take all of that to that evaluation review committee, that standing committee under the Professional Standards Board that is for P12 educators, for P12 administrators, for higher ed administrators. And I bring their recommendation to you. And usually I go through, there's 4 different decisions: full accreditation, accreditation with stipulation, probationary accreditation, and not accredited. So the the higher ed standards for accreditation, again, are content and pedagogical knowledge. Do they know how to teach whatever license area the college is preparing them for across all the license tracks the college offers? How is the college partnering with their clinical P12 schools? And then how are they monitoring candidates through admission to completion, tracking them across all license areas? Then after somebody has graduated, how does the college make sure that they are an effective teacher in the classroom? And they reach out to that graduate, but also their employer. And they collect data. And then the last is the program's quality assurance, their continuous improvement system. And initial licenses, something you can get from zero, are evaluated separately from advanced licenses, that you would be coming back already having one license in hand and pursuing an additional one. A reminder about the kinds of concerns. An area for improvement, I often describe as the dent you can drive with forever, is a weakness, but probably does not jeopardize the standard. A stipulation is not the dent you can drive with forever. It is a serious concern. And that can still vary as to whether the standard is met or not met. So in 2023, you, the board, reviewed the recommendation for Berkeley College, and at the time, the Evaluation Review Committee had recommended probationary accreditation due to concerns with Standard 5, with that quality assurance system. And most specifically, data from multiple measures that taken together comprise a coherent quality assurance system to assess program and candidate performance are not clear. So the data analysis was not clear. So a second review team has gone in this past semester. You gave the typical 2 years to collect data, get things organized, and we're going to have a separate visit specifically on the standard of concern. So we've done that. That has gone through the Evaluation Review Committee, and the team and the Evaluation Review Committee do recommend that that standard is now met. And that the concerns under Standard 5 have been completely resolved.
So my question is, they had a 2-year probationary, so they were new and got a 2-year, or no?
They were continuing.
Okay.
But in their regular checkup, there were concerns about tracking the data, analyzing the data, and sharing it with stakeholders.
But in the new review, it was just over the one stipulation. Okay, never mind. I was reading the numbers wrong. So we're going back to the 2023 as far as the amount of years. Right.
We're abbreviating the 7 years because we already used up 2 of them.
Gotcha.
So
not tracking.
Instead of the typical 7, the ERC is recommending a 5-year full accreditation, and then they will come up at their regular 7-year cycle next time around.
Yep, that makes sense. I was not watching the numbers close enough. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else? Comments? Questions? Okay.
Okay, so that is the accreditation and the explanation of why it is 5 instead of something else.
Yes.
And then the program review process, which I just kind of described, so I won't subject you to it again, so you can get to the next thing on your agenda. For Bethany College, I have continuing programs recommended for approval with all standards met, no areas of concern for art, elementary, English for speakers of other languages, and history, government, social studies.
On this one.
For Kansas State?
No, for Bethany. And it's kind of a general question, really, but when we say that they've met the standards for the science of reading.
Yes.
So we know that it's been embedded in their standards.
For elementary, it has.
Do we know how it's actually being taught? And I know that's probably a horrible question for this particular situation. So I might be asking this in the wrong world, and I apologize if I am.
That's okay.
One of the questions that I keep wondering about, right? One of the questions I kind of keeps coming back to me is, we had the Regents, which the privates jumped in on, build out the foundations course for the structured literacy, right? Science of reading. But it's my understanding that that didn't automatically roll into pre-service instruction. So what do we have to do to make that happen? Does it need to happen? Because I guess my concern is, if that's a really good program, which I understand it to be, should it not be being used in our pre-service world as well?
That gets into discussions of how many credit hours go into a degree.
Okay, so it's a different discussion.
Beyond me.
Okay. No
I
worries.
can tell you that the elementary standards, as of 2024, have 3 separate standards in them that address science of reading. It's not going to cover the exact courses.
No worries.
Thinking again about Member Hirschberger's question about NCTQ, where they focus on syllabi. And the program reviews we use focus on the standards.
Right.
How do you meet them? Do you pick and choose from 8 different courses to cover that standard?
Gotcha.
And you can do that.
Okay. Forgive my ignorance.
No,
Keep moving.
that's great. And I'm still not sure I answered your question right.
No, you did. You're good.
The other new program I have for you is from Kansas State University. So this is a proposed new program. It's a innovative experimental secondary MAT. So if you think of the restricted license that we currently have, and I probably shouldn't make the comparison, but that's how it works in my head, where somebody comes with their content degree. I have a degree in English, and I want to be an English teacher. They can pursue a restricted license. Shane is here to correct me when I get this wrong. They can pursue a restricted license where they take all of the teacher theory and methods, pedagogy courses, while they are teaching that content area degree.
Right, right.
The hard part about that regulation is you have to have that job in the P12 classroom to get that restricted license. Well, what if you didn't get that job, or you don't want to jump in the deep end, you want to take the pedagogy first before you jump into the classroom? This program would allow that.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
So that is recommended for approval with all standards using those professional education standards, because we're not looking at each content area from business to world language, just the educator professional standards.
Okay.
And then Newman University has a continuing program in reading specialist, again recommended with all standards met, no areas of concern, including using the science of reading objectives. And I've had those looked at from the literacy team to make sure they're covering what they need to cover.
Okay.
And then a continuing program from Ottawa University for elementary. Again, all standards recommended as met, included the 3 embedded science of reading standards in the elementary 2024 standards. And no concerns. And University of St. Mary with a new elementary unified, so that is where it's combining special ed and elementary in the limited elementary residency program license. So they are able to be working in the classroom while they are taking this program.
Okay.
So that is also recommended with all standards met, including science of reading.
Thank you.
Questions on any of those?
Any comments, questions? Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, one more, and then we will take a quick break. Well, look who's here again. Dr. Harwood, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Happy to be back again. And just fair warning, it's 2 times again tomorrow. So it's one of those trying to get the whole summer going for you. All right. So I'm going to talk about the Innovative Assessment Demonstration Authority, which just to remind you, in April, the board voted to give KSD permission to apply to the U.S. Department of Education for an innovative assessment pilot. So there were folks here, I think, from KCK and Olathe that explained some of the things that they were doing. And this is about a through-year test. And so what we're doing is trying to work out how we will do that. So this will allow KSD to work with the districts who are already working with this to let us see if this is the way we should be doing state assessments. And again, I won't go into a lot of details. Actually, Commissioner Steele could probably do better details than I could. But the idea is that it puts the assessment and the learning and closer together and makes it more relevant for both the teacher, the student, and then also the families as well can be more involved. So we are applying for a grant for federal funds to help fund this. The issue is that we won't know about that until October. So what we're looking at doing is doing grants to schools so they can do some of this work already. So in order for the pilot to begin in the fall, There has to be work done this summer and into the fall to make sure that the items are prepared, and more importantly, because we're using this as a state assessment, it has to be on a higher testing security has to be at a higher level, and that costs more to have that platform. So what we would be doing is providing, covering some of the upfront costs for this using federal assessment grant funds that we already have on hand. And the cost of the assessment is about $14 per student for the students that will be taking the assessment. And so what we would be doing is sub-granting federal funds to the districts, total of $482,000, and I have it broken down by district here in a minute. So what we need the board to do is, because time is important and we need this work to start in July so it can be ready, we would need for the board to suspend the rules so that you can act on this the first time you were learning about it. I will tell you that we were hoping we would know about the federal grant sooner so we wouldn't have to do this. We just don't feel like we know enough. We don't know that we'll be confident about that. What that will let us do now is by using these funds now and the grant funds later, we'll be able to grow the program farther later on because we'll still have those federal funds to use later on. And then what you'll be doing is approve the sub-granting of those funds to Olathe, Humboldt, Great Bend, Dodge City, Geary County, and Kansas City for those amounts based on $14 per student for the students in the tested grades. And so that's only 3 through 8 and high school. And so with that, I think that's all I have. So with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions I can answer.
Okay, so this is about the waiver that we passed in April, was on the screen, to pilot this new idea that Olathe had been working on with Kansas City, Kansas. And this is federal funds that are already.
So these are federal funds that we receive from the federal government for state assessments.
For state assessments.
And so it's an appropriate use of these funds.
Right.
This will not put us in a problem with our current funding. This is existing funding that we will be able to continue. That won't stop any of that. I will say that probably can't, if we don't get the federal grant, we'll have to talk again because we probably couldn't keep doing this way for years.
Right.
But at this point, this is what we think is the best way to get basically the seed money to get the system up and running so that we can get it moving faster versus needing to wait basically another year to wait for the federal grant.
Sure. Makes sense to me. So it's just kind of moving the money within the same realm. It's all state assessment money.
So
it has
yes,
to be. Yeah.
We couldn't use these funds on anything other than state assessments or assessment processes. So it's not like we could go out and work on math interventions or those kinds of things. So yes.
Okay. And as Dr. Harwood said, it does mean suspending the rules and going ahead and taking the vote so we can help these districts keep moving along the same line that we already approved with this waiver for the assessments.
I'm prepared to make that first motion.
Okay.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education suspend the rules to allow us to take a vote on the innovative assessment funding.
I don't think there's a motion.
No,
I think we're missing a motion, aren't we?
we have to suspend the rules.
Yeah. Okay, Betty motioned, Jim seconded. All in favor of the suspension of rules? What do we got? We got Danny here. We got nothing there. Okay, so we look at 8. Opposed? Opposed? Okay, 2 opposed? Did I read that right? Okay, 8-2.
All right, so I need John to come up, and there evidently is a typo, so we need to make sure we get the numbers correct.
Sorry, Madam Chair, this is 100% my fault. The Geary County number should be $50,736.
I would totally do something like that.
When I was typing something, it was wrong, and so then that increases the total to $483,014.
Okay.
So just to be clear, I want to make sure we're there. So
Appreciate
thank you.
that. Thank you very much. So
I was confused. He told me there's a typo, and then the number on the sheet was exactly like it was there. It's like I couldn't figure out what the typo was. So.
Let's see. I have it on my screen. If you're in the board materials, the recommended motion is there. I know it's not on our actual list. And I can, you got it? Okay.
You ready for the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. It is moved that the State Board of Education approve federal assessment funding up to, is it the 480?
$483,014.
And 14 to be granted to the participating districts to facilitate the process of testing.
Okay, second. Betty? Any other discussion? All in favor? Looks like we got a 7. Opposed? 3. 7-3 vote. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, board, we will take a 10-minute break, which I know we are behind, but we're gonna get there.
Madam Chair, before you go on a break, would it be possible to maybe just outline the sequence of events in that last section, kind of how much time you're allocating?
Let's say our agenda
Is that
says 45 minutes
Okay.
for the argument, and then we'll go into executive, or whatever you call it.
I just, so that we could kind of know what the sequence of the argument and.
How much time
Or
is?
or maybe confer on that and then come back as soon as we.
Go ahead.
Sorry, everyone was gesturing. I broke it. Everyone's gesturing at me, and I just confer with council that we are each going to ask for 15 minutes apiece. I will go first. I'm going to reserve 5 of those for rebuttal. I don't know if you want to do that before or after. I know Mr. Sanchez is on the line, or he's ready to be on the line on behalf of the PPC to ask questions. The last thing that I would probably ask is, you actually have 2 cases in front of you.
Right.
And I don't know, my suggestion is going to be this, and I have not had a chance to confer with council. I was going to. Take his case up after you take up her case.
Okay.
Because oral argument, and I believe that the deliberation is only going to be on her case.
Okay.
If that makes sense. You all right with that?
But won't
Okay.
we be going into, no.
You can have, this is just, and Mark can give you his advice. It's okay if you go into deliberations at the same time, so
Okay.
long as you are clearly discussing each case and you're going to vote on each case separately, and you make
Okay.
that very clear on the record that that's what you're doing. But as far as using up your executive time to talk about both cases at the same time,
That's okay.
that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt your
No,
break.
that's
I
okay.
just kind of wanted to, if there's
No, I
any
appreciate that.
staging that we needed to do, and then maybe I'd suggest that since Scott's proposed that he confer with the other council, and we come back and make sure everybody's in agreement with the sequence, and then if you're having 15 minutes, I'll make sure, we'll just have a timer up on the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, 10 minutes. We're back at 4:08. Okay, we are back, and so now we are going into our PPC cases. There was an appeal, and I'll let Mr. Gordon, actually, if you can give us a quick overview just to make sure we're all fully on the same page about why we're here.
I will certainly try. Just don't start my clock yet.
That's right. I know. Just an overview.
Here is the Reader's Digest version, as I refer to it. There was a complaint filed by the Kansas State Department of Education, actually 2 complaints filed against 2 individuals with functionally the same allegations, one of which is a licensee, one of which is someone that had applied for a teaching license, but the evidence was pretty much the same. There was an evidentiary hearing conducted in almost a year ago, July, I think, of last year. That lasted approximately, well, I forget how long it lasted. It was a long time. The PPC did not come to a determination at that time. The PPC came back together in January of this year to have further deliberations. There were new members that had been appointed by you to join them for those deliberations. They did, at the end of those deliberations, come to decisions on each of those cases separately. And so now the matter comes before you. One of those individuals, everyone, as you know, has the opportunity and the right to file a brief telling you either why you should or should not follow the recommendations of the PPC. Again, there are 2 separate individuals. One individual did not file anything. So that case is just before you to either adopt or not adopt the recommendations of the PPC. And the other individual did file a brief asking you not to follow the recommendations of the PPC. And I'll just supplement that a little bit more, that as you all are aware, it came to our attention that there was part of the video of the hearing was missing. It had been inadvertently not included in the full recording. That's why this matter got delayed until this month, to make sure that you all had access for the full video as well as the amount of time that had been cut out. Because that was functionally, I'm going to call it new evidence, I advised counsel, and I certainly did not object to the opportunity to submit supplemental brief, which was given to you all at the end of last week. I did not file a written response to that. I will address the arguments here shortly. But that is where we are at procedurally.
Okay.
And I will say this is not, for what it's worth, someone mentioned appeal. This is not an appeal. This is the final review of the initial order, which happens with every professional practices case. Okay.
So in starting this, we're going to take up 24 PPC 27, correct? With Mrs. Pettibone? Okay.
Yes, because 27 is represented by counsel, and as it was a little confusing before we went on break, but we're going to, Mr. Gordon gets 15 minutes to argue, but he's reserving 5, so he'll go for 10 minutes. Counsel for for 27 will have 15 minutes, and Mr. Gordon will have his final 5, and then if there are questions on 24 PPC 28, then we can you can ask those of the chair of the PPC.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I may, again,
Yes.
to clarify for the record, Mr. Sanchez is the chair of the PPC. He is on the line to answer questions on behalf of the PPC for either case. It would probably be appropriate for both of us to actually enter our appearance as well before the state board, just again, make it crystal clear.
Yes.
So I am Scott Gordon, General Counsel for the Kansas State Department of Education.
Good afternoon. I'm Attorney Vince Cox, and I represent Kayla Pettibone.
Thank you. Okay.
I guess the last thing that I will say, just a note-taking before I start my clock. I know generally before the State Board of Education renders its decisions, we don't use the names of the parties. Given the mass amount of information in front of you and the fact that they're in the room, we're not going to worry about that. So Don't get mad at me if I use someone's name, and I know you're not used to hearing that from me.
Well, I swear I was a little like, what
Sure,
am I doing?
yeah, it's, it is
Okay.
what it is at this point. So, Madam Chair, whenever you are ready.
Are you going to run a timer as well? Just to keep them honest. Okay, so 10 minutes to start?
Okay.
Okay.
The beauty of your system is that if you think there was an error made at the lower level, either by the Department of Education or the respondent to a complaint, or most importantly to the Professional Practices Commission, you get to fix it. You have access to everything, and unfortunately in this case, a little more than what was given to the Professional Practices Commission. So if there is a problem with the process, you get to fix it. You sign your final orders, you make your own findings, and you get to decide whether or not you agree with the recommendation of the PPC that Caleb Pettibone's license should be revoked. The first argument that was provided to you by the respondent was somewhat of a threat, that if you don't ignore the recommendations of the PPC, and if you don't give Caleb Pettibone her license back, you're going to lose in district court. No, that is not true. You do have the ability, or an individual has the ability to have an interlocutory appeal. This is a little bit of lawyerese that nobody cares about. You could file an interlocutory appeal in district court. That didn't happen. The only thing that can be appealed to district court now is you. So don't worry about the fact that there may have been, if there were procedural problems at the lower level. You come up to your own conclusions. You're not relying on the fact that some of the PPC members were there, some of them were not there. You don't have to rely on the fact that some of the PPC members may not have seen the full video, because you have access to that full video. You all have had the opportunity to see that, and you're going to fix it. Problem solved. No reason for this to be overturned by district court. The second argument by the respondent was that she was denied due process. No, she was not. Due process in Kansas requires notice of the allegation of the proposed action and the opportunity to be heard. All of that was provided to her in abundance. Notice was provided by way of the written complaint that was mailed to her last known address. How do we know she received it? She's here. She filed pleadings in response to that complaint. She filed an answer. She showed up for the hearing, and she was able to address and contest notice. She knew exactly what the Kansas State Department of Education was asking you to do. There's no question that notice was provided. Was she given the opportunity to be heard? Of course she was. She was provided the opportunity to file her pleadings. She had them ruled on, some of her in her favor, some were not, and she was given a full evidentiary hearing. She was able to call any witness she wanted. She was able to testify on her own behalf without limit. She was able to introduce any evidence on her own behalf. I think 2 pieces of evidence were excluded by the hearing officer. I would submit they were duplicative, and that's why they were not admitted. She doesn't tell you, she does not make the argument that, well, if I was allowed to have this piece of evidence, I wouldn't have lost, because that's just not true. She was able to cross-examine any witness and any piece of evidence that I introduced. And finally, she raises no claim that she was not provided to any of that. She raises no claim that any evidence that we introduced was improperly admitted against her. There is no violation of due process, and it is as it is commonly referred to in Kansas courts. There is an argument made that because not all 9 members of the PPC were present during the evidentiary hearing, and that only 6 of them were able to actually be there in person, somehow that denied her the opportunity for due process. There is nothing in law that supports that argument. Nothing at all. In fact, the Kansas Supreme Court has said twice that she's wrong, because there have been prior instances where decision makers were not present during the evidentiary hearing. That the evidence was gathered either by transcript, and if I recall correctly, in at least one of those cases, it was by transcript. It wasn't even by video. But the decision makers were able to review the transcript of the hearing, and they were able to review all of the evidence that was submitted. They came to a decision. That was appealed to the state Supreme Court. The state Supreme Court said, no problem, because the decision maker had access to and they relied on all of the evidence, just as if they were in the room, there's not a violation of due process. Those cases were cited by the hearing officer that helps the PPC, and that is how they came up with that process, and that's why they were able to proceed the way that they did. She also knew, walking into that hearing with counsel, that there were only 6 members of the PPC. She doesn't get to cry about it later on when the vote doesn't go her way. If there was a problem with having only 6 people present, she should have, or her counsel should have objected to that time, and it didn't happen. She also could have objected to the fact that, well, wait a minute, you're leaving here after deliberating for 2 hours, and I don't have a decision yet. There's nothing in law, it's not in statute, it's not a regulation, that requires a decision to be made and issued immediately after the conclusion of the hearing. It's just not there. They could have waited quite some time before they ever told her what the vote was. There is an assumption that some kind of vote happened, officially or unofficially, at the end of the deliberations immediately after the hearing. That didn't happen. They might have had some internal discussions and they realized they were deadlocked. They could not they couldn't get 5 people to vote the same way. In many of your motions as a board, you know that if someone makes a motion and it gets seconded, but you don't have the right number of votes, it dies. And so the opposite necessarily becomes true. That's not the case in administrative procedure hearings, in a PPC case. If you make a motion to revoke someone's teaching license and it fails, that person doesn't automatically get to keep their license without any other consideration. There are other alternatives. The minority may have wanted just to suspend her license. The minority may have wanted to censure her license. We don't know. Oh, wait, yes, we do, because the second motion that was made after deliberations in January, the motion was to censure Caleb Pettibone. 2 people voted in favor of that. The other 6 voted against it. So just getting to keep your license without any discipline is out, like, that's not the default position. I'm sorry, but the respondent is wrong on that. The missing video. It is absolutely true that the Kansas State Department of Education was responsible for making sure that the hearing was recorded correctly, fully, and made available. It was recorded completely. Where we failed, and I will fall on the sword on this and fully acknowledge, that in the editing process, approximately 17 minutes of video were left out. And so the 2 new voting members of the PPC that were not present during the evidentiary hearing, they were not privy to those 17 minutes. But everyone else was. There is no argument or no explanation and no reason to believe that somehow there's a smoking gun in those missing 17 minutes that would have magically changed the majority of the PPC's opinion. If you believe that there was, then fine, don't follow the recommendation of the PPC. You had access to the 17 minutes. You watched it. You had it in the full context, and you know that there wasn't anything there that would change your mind. If it does, fine, then vote to let her keep her license. But the 17 minutes is not that substantial. And even if it is, again, you are the cure. You have the full video, you have access to it, you have considered it. So you are the solution. And I will point out, again, that video, or I'm going to say the erroneous video, that was shared with Respondent's Counsel prior to or at the same time that it went to the PPC. And she specifically responded by email, I have no objection to the video. So she had the opportunity to review it, and she didn't notice anything wrong, or maybe they just decided, well, it's a good thing that they didn't see the 17 minutes. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. No objection was raised at that time. It certainly was not any exculpatory evidence. But again, you have the full evidence you're hearing. You get to make the decision yourself. You ultimately get to make the final decision whether the evidence taken as a whole supports revocation of the licensee's teaching license as requested by the Kansas State Department of Education and as recommended by the Professional Practices Commission. And that is what we're asking you to do today.
Good afternoon. I appreciate you allowing me time to speak here today. So the reason you should not adopt the PPC's recommendation here today is because that decision is not legally sound. And the reason we know it's not legally sound is because the mention of district court that we have made and how my client has a right to request a review of the ultimate decision here by the district court under the Kansas Judicial Review Act. And the reason that's important is the Kansas Judicial Review Act sets certain standards that administrative decisions must meet in order to be binding. And in this case, this initial order, this decision does not meet those standards. And so the decision is not legally sound. And that is for two reasons. The first is procedural reasons, and the second is evidentiary reasons. It's undisputed here that my client is entitled to due process before her teaching license would be disciplined or revoked. That's undisputed. But in this case, there were a number of irregularities that denied her those due process rights. And another thing should be pointed out here. Today is not an evidentiary hearing. Today is just my client's opportunity to have counsel explain to you why the initial order should not be adopted. This is not an evidentiary hearing. This is not a place where Ms. Pettibone is getting the opportunity to be heard or to present evidence. And so today is not a way of healing errors that happened that denied my client her due process rights. And so let's talk about the number of irregularities that happened in this case with regard to the PPC's procedures. I've handled a number of PPC cases over the years. I know you all have them come before you on a regular basis, and the way this case occurred was, to say the least, irregular, to the extent that I think the state board would not want to revoke somebody's license with the procedure that occurred here. The first being that, as it was mentioned, the initial order was decided by two members of the PPC who were not present for the hearing. Following the hearing, the two members of the PPC who were not at the hearing, along with the other members, were given a video of the hearing. However, that video was incomplete, and it's been admitted that it was incomplete. And the portion of the video of the hearing that was left out was the testimony of the Dr. Weeks, who was essentially the KSDE's prime witness in this case. And so when we're talking about due process, we're talking about taking someone's teaching license, we're not talking about doing it good enough. We're talking about doing it right. And having someone have their teaching license revoked, when we all admit here, the PPC, who as a regular process of what this state board has implemented and the state legislature has implemented, the PPC is the one who hears the evidence and makes the recommendation. It would be irregular for the state board to say, we are going to be the judges of the evidence in this case. That would be irregular to the process. That would be opposite to what the state statutory procedure. I'll admit, though, the state board is the final decision maker. It's critical in this case specifically when we talk about PPC members not being present at the hearing itself, but participating in the decision, and even more so that they didn't receive all of the video from the hearing when they made their decision, because if you look at the initial order and the weight of the evidence, they decided that my client was not credible. They made credibility decisions without seeing the person and seeing the witnesses at the hearing themselves, whether it be a video or sitting at the witness stand here. And additionally, again, they did not even see the entirety of the testimony. Mr. Gordon mentioned Kansas Supreme Court case law that has stated that there are situations in which administrative hearing decision makers can make a valid decision if they weren't present for the hearing. However, I believe both of those cases are different from this case. In both of those cases, there were not enough members present at the hearing to even make the decision. Here, the PPC went forward with 6 members, which was enough members to make a decision with the commission members who were actually physically present at the hearing. A decision could have been made because they only need 5 and they had 6. Secondly, I don't believe in either of those Supreme Court cases was the evidence that part of the transcript or the evidence that was provided to the members not present was incomplete. So we have 2 reasons why this case doesn't fall into those Kansas Supreme Court cases that say it's okay to have an administrative hearing decision maker make a decision without actually being present at the hearing. So because of all these irregularities, this initial order is a product of these irregularities and violates my client's due process rights, and for that reason, it should not be adopted by the board, and it would not withstand the review of those standards that I talked about in the Kansas Judicial Review Act. And those reasons, I won't belabor them here. Those reasons were explained in detail in my brief that I submitted in this case. The second reason that the state board should not adopt this initial order and should not revoke my client's license is because the evidence doesn't support that decision. We are talking about revoking my client's license for something that happened 6 years ago, for something that did not happen in the classroom, that did not happen to a student, and happened in the context of her own home. We're talking about a case where my client has no criminal record, has no other allegations of abuse or misconduct or being even a bad teacher in general ever made against her. None of that exists in this case. And when we talk about rehabilitation, we have the hard facts of rehabilitation in this case. This happened 6 years ago. My client has successfully taught without any negative record whatsoever for 6 years. If you really look at the evidence as it was outlined in the case, there's no evidence that ties my client to the abuse of this child. When this incident that happened back in April 2020, that did ultimately result in my client receiving a substantiated finding of abuse. When that happened in April 2020, if you look at the evidence, the child was actually in the care of not my client at the time, but the father. And there's no medical evidence or other evidence that ever actually linked my client to any abuse or injury to the child. There was this second incident in November 2020, but frankly, there was never a finding of any abuse made towards my client in relation to that incident in November 2020. So we're just talking about this April 2020 incident. And after my client did receive that substantiated finding, she did everything she needed to do to heal her family situation to remedy what happened. And again, the evidence is rock solid. It's been 6 years. The family put this situation behind them. My client went through a marriage class, went through parenting classes, and went through the difficult process of having her child return to her home when the child was removed from her home for a period of time. She didn't fight or argue or scream about this substantiated finding. She just did the hard work to get her child back. And that culminated in November of 2023. That substantiated finding of physical abuse by DCF was expunged from her record. It no longer exists. My client is in good standing with DCF. The same should be with her teaching license. She is and should remain in good standing with her teaching license and the State Board of Education, just like she is with DCF. Rather than this board repeat and continue the mistakes that were made at the PPC level, this board should use the authority that it has to not adopt the recommendation of revocation and to renew my client's teaching license. And that's the correct result here, because there is no evidence that my client is a danger to any child or to any student, or that she's even a poor teacher. There's no evidence of any of those things. And for that reason, we would respectfully ask that you not adopt the PPC's initial order, and that you rule that my client would be allowed to keep her teaching license and to continue what she's done for her career and continue to what she's done since these unfortunate incidents happened back in April of 2020. And so unless there's any questions for me, that would be my presentation.
You don't get to rely on evidence of rehabilitation unless and until you actually acknowledge and admit that you engaged in some level of misconduct to begin with. And there has never been such an acknowledgement from Ms. Pettibone. As I said in the closing argument at the evidentiary hearing, either you believe she engaged in misconduct and she had some responsibility for what happened to her child, or the actions of the family afterwards in denying that they had anything to do with it, or you don't. And if you don't, then it doesn't matter what restorative practices were involved or what rehabilitation was there, because you don't think they did anything wrong. Counsel would have you believe that based on the numerous PPC cases he's been involved in, that it would be unusual that this was quite an unusual experience, and it would be unusual for the state board to be the ones to make a decision based on the evidence. Does that happen in 90% of the cases? No, it doesn't. But it is absolutely not unusual, and it is built into your process specifically for you all to reevaluate and compare and see if you agree with the recommendations of the PPC. That's why you get everything. You get every piece of evidence, you get the video, you get access to everything that you would need, and that is true of every single case that you've ever wanted to see it, or anytime somebody's asked you to. Their question has been raised as to, well, they never proved that she was responsible for the fact that her child was squeezed so hard that 4 ribs were cracked along the baby's spine. You're right. There was no evidence presented that she was physically responsible for that happening. That's not the burden of proof. The allegation in this case was that Kayla Pettibone was substantiated by the Department for Children and Families of a finding of abuse and or neglect. You have that. It's Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 in the packet that you have. She was, in fact, substantiated at a certain date and time. It has since been expunged. It took her a couple of times to get it expunged, but yeah, they have it expunged. But that doesn't change the fact that the evidence was proven to you that she engaged in some conduct that resulted in a substantiated finding from DCF. And that is really all that needs to be proven to show that someone engaged in misconduct. Now, whether or not there is sufficient evidence to revoke her license, well, I'm not going to rehash all the evidence. You have hundreds of pages, I think, of a document that's been provided to you. You have hours of testimony that you've had the opportunity to review. And again, no, there's no violations of due process here. Was it unusual? Maybe a little. Was it unfortunate that part of the video was left out by accident with the PPC? Absolutely. No one was angrier about that happening than me, I assure you. But it doesn't change the fact that now you have access to all of that. And the last point that I'll make is counsel is right. There is a difference between the Supreme Court opinions that were cited in the briefs that have been given to you and cited in the initial order and the initial order of the PPC. In those cases that the Supreme Court said that it was perfectly fine that someone was not present during the evidentiary hearing, they were referring to the final decision makers. All of you are here. 2 of you are by Zoom. So it's not a matter of worrying about whether the final decision maker was present at the time. You're all here. And if the U.S. Supreme Court, or pardon me, if the Kansas Supreme Court says that that is not a denial of those individuals' rights to due process, then it's absolutely not a denial of Caleb Pettibone's right to due process. For those reasons, again, I'm asking you to follow the recommendations and or make your own findings in support of a finding that Ms. Pettibone's teaching license should be revoked. And with that, if there's any questions, I know Chairperson Sanchez is on the line as well, if there's any questions.
Kathy?
Is it for Scott?
Mr. Court, yes.
Okay.
There is one thing you could kind of clear up, a statement you made that she has not acknowledged any responsibility. Had she acknowledged the responsibility, would your position be different?
That is a hypothetical that you're asking me to put new evidence. I'm not sure that would be.
You brought it up. You said she cannot be rehabilitated for something that she didn't own up to. And I'm saying, had she owned up to it, because you brought it up, what?
Yeah. I think that presents a very different case. And it would be a very different story that would have been shared from her and potentially the child's father, her husband. Yeah, I mean, yes, that would certainly have, there would be very different arguments I'd be making, and there'd be a different position from the department, I believe. I'm trying to be very careful and not.
I just needed clarity simply because you brought it up and I didn't quite understand the perspective you were taking on that.
I think it would be fair for me to say, Madam Chair, if I may, because you all have heard me make this argument before, that when someone accepts responsibility for the misconduct, that is where you start looking at. And that is actually one of the considerations, I believe, that's in regulation, is the response, or has someone taken responsibility for it.
Dennis?
I know what it's like to be a new parent with 2 small kids in the house. I dropped my second child off of a counter twice because I was just distracted, not paying attention. Those things happen. Has anything happened in the last 6 years that would indicate that they are bad parents?
I have no evidence of that necessarily being a bad parent. And I have no evidence and no reason to think that there's been other injuries to the kids. To the best of my knowledge, the kids are back home with parents, and they have been for years.
I just think it is.
Do we need to stop? Okay.
Can I continue?
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, being in medical circles, I don't always trust diagnosis. I've seen it not be right, the evidence come out later that a diagnosis was wrong. There's just, this world is not perfect, and parents, for the most part, prove, the Bible says a dog will return to its vomit and a hog to the wallow. So if there's nothing else that's happened, I can't understand why a 6-year-old problem is still being contended. And with the expungement, it's like somebody has been convinced that maybe the initial evidence was wrong. I mean, if this is so blatantly clear that abuse happened, then I would expect there would be a whole trail of evidence. And
So
she wouldn't be teaching today.
So are you asking Mr. Gordon, like, why we're here? I'm trying to understand what you're.
6 years later.
If you're looking for a response.
I won't go into the evidence is what it is. I think it would be fair for me to say it being expunged has absolutely nothing to do with the strength of the evidence that was presented that resulted in the substantiation in the first place. So no, that's not what results in someone being expunged.
Okay.
But again, I think that may be part of deliberations.
I do too.
And as a reminder, you do have the option and the right to go into private deliberations. So,
So we do need to remember that if we want to air our thoughts. Probably that's where we should do it. Debbie, do you have a question for council?
Can I interrupt
Yes.
first? I think Mr. Cox should, if he wants to, because the question was generic. The first question was really to Mr. Gordon, but the second question that you posed, I think you should have the opportunity, if you care to respond to
Thank you.
the board member's question, which was, has anything happened in the past? That was the initial question, and so you have an opportunity to respond.
No, I would just say the evidence is, and I mean, what Mr. Gordon said, there has been nothing else since 2020.
Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie? And remember, we will go into deliberations to discuss this, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dennis, thank you for your comments, because I was thinking along the same lines. I do have the question. Was there an actual court conviction of either parent?
No.
no, there were no criminal charges filed in the case. Because DCF was involved, there was no criminal case.
Right. So I just wanted to ensure I understood that correctly. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Mr. Sanchez as the chair of the PPC while we have him online? And we do have 2 cases before us, remember, so only one of them requested the oral argument. So if you have a question about the other one, for the PPC, you can do both. Okay.
For either? I was just going to ask Mr. Sanchez if he has anything to add.
Okay.
Were you able to hear that,
anything
Ricardo?
Specifically, or?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
About anything in particular or just in general?
To reinforce anything that happened within the PPC, or if there's anything that you'd like to add to the conversation before we, go into session to make our decision.
I think one of the biggest things we struggled in the first set of deliberations was with there being only 6 members. Because at that time, I think we had gone almost a year without being a full commission. And part of the reason our commission is 9 is, 9 individuals bring lots of perspectives into the conversation. I will say a lot of the focus of the conversation towards the end definitely shifted towards, especially in this case, and not necessarily the action itself, as counsel noted that she, if I remember correctly, she had just left the baby and was going upstairs when the incident happened. So she wasn't necessarily with the baby, but I think a lot revolved around the lack of follow through on the medical care that was requested of them. And given the opportunity to provide testimony that countered what counsel was saying, nothing really was provided. And so I think the combination of all that kind of led to our decision.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I think Danny has the motion for us to go into deliberation. Am I good? Okay.
I move the board go into closed session for the following purpose. The board needs to recess into closed deliberation session pursuant to KSA 75-4318G to exercise judicial functions regarding 24 PPC-28 and 24 PPC-27. The executive session will last no longer than, closed session.
How much time do you guys think we need?
20 minutes,
20.
20 minutes? And no action will be taken
Not in closed session.
during this closed session. The following persons are invited to join the closed session: Mark Ferguson and Commissioner Dr. Jake Steele.
Okay, and we're going to begin at what time? We're good, we don't need a break or anything, right? Okay, so let's give it, 5 minutes to make sure we're set?
So we'll begin at
4:58.
Yeah, or we can do 5 o'clock to make it easier.
Starting time will be 4:58.
That works. We'll do it.
And 20 minutes is going to be
5:18 coming back out.
5:18 is the end time.
Okay. So we will clear the room and the outer office because we have 2 on virtual, so we need to clear. Oh, why do I do that every time? Second, Jim, all in favor? Good grief. Do you want that? Okay, looks like a 10-0.
Dennis.
Dennis, you're in favor, I assume. Okay.
I'm assuming you would excuse Mr. Sanchez, let him go back on his vacation.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ricardo. I
very much.
appreciate it.
Told you about the country.
Thank you. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education not adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Professional Practices Commission and renew the license in the case of 24 PPC-27.
Do I have a second? Dennis seconds that. Ready for vote? All in favor? I got 2 on the screen.
6, 7, 8.
8 opposed? 2 opposed. 8 to 2. Do I have a motion in the next case?
And just for clarity, Madam Chair, I will
Yes.
write up a final order that
Yes.
incorporates the rationale for the motion and the decision.
Okay, thank you.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and the conclusions of law in the Professional Practices Commission and denying the application in 24-PPC-28.
Do I have a second? Ready? All in favor? I'm going to have to go. What's our number? 6. Opposed? Okay.
If you don't mind, just because I want to make sure we don't have any concerns or issues, on page 181 of the materials is the initial order, and the recommendation of the PPC is to recommends that the state board, in the case of Michael Pettibone, the emergency substitute license and restricted teaching license be denied, and that's the recommendation, and the vote just taken by the board is to accept those recommendations and deny those applications, correct?
Correct. Okay.
Yeah, and let's repeat the vote again. I'm sorry, I was.
It was a 6 to 4.
It was 6-4.
Okay.
And I'll write that final order up as well.
Okay. Thank you, board. We are recessed until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.